That's it. 17. Yep. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Co-op City. Was that better? I have to say, we are thrilled with the turnout at the first hour because you all showed up and you were here before we were. My name is Dr. Deborah Jenkins. I am the Vice Chair of the New York State Community Commissions on Reparations and Remedies, and we all welcome you to our public hearing being held in the boogie down Bronx. We are on the map, everybody. And we are so looking forward to hearing your testimonies. Before I go forward, I would love to recognize to my left our esteemed chair, Dr. Chanel Hawkins. Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you. It's an honor to be with you all tonight, and I'm grateful to be in the Bronx tonight and was able to get a flight to get here on time and be with everyone. And I look forward to tonight. My day job, I have the honor of serving as the president and CEO of the Urban League of Rochester. Looking forward, yes, thank you. We just celebrated 60 years, so this is our 60-year anniversary, but I'm most excited to be with you all tonight.
Awesome, thank you, Dr. Hawkins. And we're gonna continue on her left with the next commissioner, our esteemed Dr. Derek Hamilton.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to be here tonight. And as was mentioned, my name is Derek Hamilton. I'm a professor at the New School in Economics and Policy, and also the chief economist for the AFL-CIO Labor Federation.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hamilton. I'm going to skip the person immediately to my right and come back to him after the esteemed Dr. Ron Daniels, also a commissioner, introduces himself.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Ron Daniels. I'm president of the Institute of the Black World 21st Century. I'm also the convener of the National African American Reparations Commission and co-convener of the Global Circle for Reparations and Healing. Some of y'all occasionally hear me on WBAI 99.5 FM as my radio show Vantage Point is held every Monday. And no stranger really to Co-op City. I think I've been here a few times over the years. I think Sister Reva Jones has invited me to be here and to speak on different occasions. So it's great to be here and to hear your testimony and to contribute to the process of moving forward towards the repair that we so urgently deserve.
Thank you, Dr. Daniels. And to his right is our esteemed Commissioner Tim Hogues.
Thank you. I'm on. Maybe I'm not. Check. Yep, I'm on. I am honored to be here as well, so thank you for having us here tonight. And thank you for showing up and showing out. I expect to hear from all of you because that's what drives this commission. We really need your participation and support to make sure that we do what needs to be done. My daytime job is I am the commissioner for New York State Department of Civil Service and the president of the New York State Civil Service Commission. So thank you for having us.
Thank you to this wonderful panel of commissioners. To those of our commissioners who are not here with us, understand that we do work as a unit and we do miss their presence tonight, but we are representing for the entire 9-member commission. And so we again say thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
So before we get too deep into our program, I would like to recognize our current elected official joining us thus far, representatives from the governor's office and former elected officials. We do have others who are on their way, but my personal favorite in this case happens to be the one who is here, our Assembly member, Michael Benedetto. Would you like to speak?
I have loud enough voice. And I just want to welcome the commission. You know, being here in Co-op City, I was very proud 2 years ago when we prouder last year when we appointed the Reverend Deborah Jenkins.
Thank you.
That's taking nothing away from anybody else, but you're my friend. Listen, this is an important discussion. 10 years ago, we would never think would be going on. Maybe some of you really thought it was, but I certainly didn't. But I'm very glad it's happening. This is to be a great discussion here tonight, and I thank you for being here and giving us the opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you, Assembly Member.
Can we get microphones for those that are not Baptists in the house? Can we just get a microphone, please?
I love it. Thank you, Assembly Member Michael Benedetto. And representing the office of Governor Hochul are, I don't want to mess up your name, Fidel Medina? Is it Medina or Melina? Melina. Fidel Melina and Shakira Timms. Would you like to stand so that everyone can see who's representing our governor? Thank you all for your coming down here to be with us here in the Bronx. I literally saw 2 former elected officials walk in the back with the nice fedora that he often wears when he's out and about, is none other than Larry Seabrook, who was a former city council member and New York State Senator. Sir, can you stand to let the people see you? Good to have you with us. And also former city council member Andy King, right here with the young people. And as we are seeing people walk in, we are seeing Mr. Tremaine O'Gara walk in. He is the deputy, don't let me mess it up, Tremaine, but he certainly works with our newly elected U.S. Congress member, George Latimer. Thank you, thank you. Would you like to say some words, Tremaine? Okay, okay. Thank you. So as the others come, we will recognize them and give them an opportunity to also speak. I left the young man to my immediate right for last because I think Dr. Cody has been at all of the meetings, but she was certainly at the very first one when we were sworn in Albany. And at that time, I started a rallying cry for us to get a parliamentarian. And so after all of these months, we have been blessed as a commission to be able to consult with Reverend Mr. Stuart Mitchell as our parliamentarian to make sure we stay on track according to Robert's Rules of Order. Welcome, Stuart. We are happy to have you here. Would you like to say anything?
I'm proud, honored, and humbled to be a part of this august group and the important work that we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. And just to let you know, before Stuart got here, Commissioner Hogues was holding it down. And so we thank you. We thank you also. So this is a very important hearing, as they all are. I want to thank Dr. Daniels for the partnership on the subcommittee that discusses who our experts should be. We go back and forth, and in her absence, Commissioner Lori Daniel favors, but he and I, we sort of been in the trenches trying to develop themes for our public hearings based on where we're going, and I so thank you, Dr. Daniels, for that partnership and deep thought. And one of the things that Dr. Daniels and I have both discovered is that when we bring our experts in, we might have a certain amount of expertise, but we are such students of all of the experts that we've been bringing in. And so tonight is not any different from the ones in the past. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I am so sorry. We do, before I go further, we do have another representative from Public Advocate Germani Williams's office, Ms. Gail Williams. Where are you? Gina Williams, thank you for being here. Would you like to bring words, Ms. Williams? Well, we're happy to have you here in the Bronx. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, before we get into our speakers, we also see another important elected official coming in the person of Senator James Sanders. Come on in, Senator Sanders.
All the way from the hood to your neck of the woods. So we're traveling on, and we have come to a lot of different places so far, but we got a little bit to go. I want to commend you. You're certainly seeing New York and bringing us to your part of town, to all kinds of places, and we are by no means tired. We are getting ready. If I knew better, I would say that you're going to get an extension in the things that you're doing. If I knew better, I would say that you're going to get enough time to do it proper. The thing is not to do it fast, but to do it right. There are so many ways of doing this wrong. There's only a couple of ways to do it right. So I commend you in that. I'm just going to sit in the back and try to listen and whatever I could do. I'm Senator James Sanders Jr., and I work for those people on top and the people down here, as a matter of fact. So I'm just glad to be here. I see my friend Andy King here sitting up front as usual. So I will, having said that, I will stop while I'm ahead unless there are any questions that you have for me.
Well, I just wanted to let the audience know that you are the Senate bill sponsor for this commission, and I think they need to know that. And we recognize your effort, and we thank you.
The best is yet to come.
All right.
God bless you all.
God bless you. Okay, so we're happy to have all of you here, all of you, and we look forward to your testimonies. Before we go further, almost as long as we were trying to hire a parliamentarian, we were trying to hire an executive director. Until we were able to find an executive director, in addition to her responsibilities to the Rochester chapter of the Urban League, our esteemed chair was doing 2 full-time executive jobs. And she was keeping the ball rolling, and we are grateful to you, Dr. Hawkins, for all that you did. But now, her load has been lightened because we have indeed hired an executive director in the person of Dr. McKinney Stryker Chisholm. Did I get it right? Where are you, McKinney? She's in the back working. Can you wave to us all? Awesome. And she's just also hired an operations manager. What is it? In the person of the person standing next to her, Miss Erica Rowe Owens. We are grateful to have both of them. This work is not easy. And in collaboration with the great river-based staff, in the person of Tamara King, who is out there doing something else because she keeps all of the events and the big events, going in Co-op City. We recognize the partnership and the collaboration that they were able to have with her, and we are just grateful for the board of directors here at River Bay Corporation. The one representing the corporation today, I would hope to say, as a board director, is none other than my personal friend, but also a super dynamic leader in her own right, Miss Leslie Peterson. Would you like to bring greetings from the board? Thank you. We will be hearing from Ms. Peterson a little later in testimony period. Amen. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not in church. All righty. So now we're going to go back to where I was trying to lead us before. I believe that we have some dynamic speakers who have been invited to add to the cadre of knowledge that we have been gathering since we were first sworn in last year. It was through a conversation I had with my friend Leslie Peterson that our first speaker comes to us. It was perhaps during the pandemic, I'm not positive, but the NAACP of Co-op City invited him to speak, and all I heard was just a snippet. And I was like, Leslie, when the governor finally signs this bill, we have to get him here. And it was so easy. It was so easy. The only condition that Dr. Mark Nason had, because he knows the Bronx and he knows Co-op City, is that I need some place to be able to park my car. And for those of you in Co-op City, let me tell you what he did. He got here and he found a parking on the street. Y'all know that is not an easy feat. But Dr. Nason did it, and he is an esteemed faculty member of Fordham University. He is the co-founder of the Bronx African Americans Project with the Bronx Historical Society. I don't want to keep talking. I want to invite Dr. Nason to come on and do his presentation that we might all be able to add to our knowledge. Come this way, Doctor. Can he come that way? She's coming.
Hello, it's an incredible honor to address this group. There are so many esteemed people here who have made such a contribution to the Bronx, to New York City. Thank God there are a couple of familiar faces. But what I'm going to do today is I have a written speech, and which I'm putting in testimony to the commission. And I decided that I'm going to present you material that comes out of my own research that you might not have access to, but may be helpful. And the title of this talk, Obstacles to Black Wealth Acquisition North and South in the 20th Century. So here goes. I have long thought that discussions of reparations should not only focus on how the wealth of the country was built on the stolen labor of enslaved persons in the 18th and 19th centuries, but should look at obstacles to Black wealth acquisition in the 20th century, some of which was inflicted through violent attacks, some of which was implemented by the impersonal application of discriminatory policies by government, business, and private individuals. I will look at the Great Migration and events accompanying it, undermine Black wealth acquisition, and then analyze how policies in the housing and labor markets in New York State in the post-World War II period made wealth acquisition by Black people who moved to New York State much more difficult than it was for their white neighbors. The first Great Migration, taking place from 1914 to 1929, saw the first large-scale departure of African Americans from the rural South to northern cities in response to events ranging from the consolidation of Jim Crow in southern states and escalating attacks on Black property owners to the opening of jobs in northern industries for Black workers. It also marked a precipitous drop of Black land ownership, the major form of wealth acquisition at the time, from 14 million acres at its peak in 1910 to fewer than 11 million acres in 1930. And I don't know how many people know that the peak of Black land acquisition in the United States was 1910. So what happened? Some of this was due to racial massacres and mass disposition of Black property owners taking place in southern states. Many people know about the destruction of the wealthiest Black community in the nation in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921. Some of you have seen heard about the destruction of Black Wall Street, but similar events involving mass murder of Black residents and destruction of established Black communities took place in Forsyth County, Georgia in 1912, in Elaine, Arkansas in 1919, in Ocoee, Florida in 1920, and in Rosewood, Florida in 1923. And most people only know about Greenwood and Rosewood, but there are these 4 other massacres which had almost comparable impact. And in each of these instances, Black property owners whose achievements were the envy of local whites were particularly targeted. Is it any wonder that so many talented Black people decided to leave the South when jobs opened up in rural communities in those same years? However, although northern states did provide some opportunities for Blacks to gain higher wages than they could in southern agriculture, and did, with some exceptions, protect Black voting rights and freedom of speech, press, and assembly that was suppressed in the South, they presented formidable obstacles to wealth acquisition for Black people who moved to New York. Since this commission is based in New York, I want to discuss obstacles to wealth acquisition right here in New York that were there to greet Black people who came here, not only in the first Great Migration, but in the second one during and after World War II. The most formidable of these obstacles came in housing markets. Black people in New York State, well into the 1960s, not only could not rent apartments or buy homes, in the vast majority of communities in the state's cities and suburbs, they faced huge obstacles in securing loans to finance home purchases, in large part because an agency of the federal government created during the New Deal, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, gave automatic D ratings to any community which had even a small number of Black residents, making banks reluctant to lend in such communities. In addition to facing discrimination in lending, upwardly mobile Black housing consumers were barred from renting or purchasing homes in the middle-income developments that sprung all over the New York metropolitan area during and after World War II. Among them, Stuyvesant Town in Manhattan, Parkchester in the Bronx, the Trump houses in Brooklyn, and Levittown in Long Island. Not only that, right here in the Bronx, the largest array of middle-income apartment buildings in the borough, on and adjacent to the Grand Concourse, refused to rent to Black families until the 1960s. As a result of this, Black ownership rates in New York lagged far behind white rates, while Blacks who did own homes had their properties valued less than the white counterparts of comparable size and quality. This phenomenon proved to be devastating to Black wealth acquisition in New York because cities and suburbs in New York, home ownership represented the most important financial asset for working class and middle class families in the post-World War II era. In other words, the housing market crippled Black wealth acquisition in all the ways that I've described. Equally devastating to wealth accumulation was the discrimination Black people, especially Black men, faced in the New York City labor market. College-educated Black men until the 1960s were barred from jobs in the vast majority of the city's banks, law firms, insurance companies, real estate firms, and corporate offices. But more devastating was the discrimination Black people faced in the highest paying sector of the blue-collar economy in New York, the construction industry. To quote from a report from the Economic Policy Institute, dating back to the 1960s, the unionized construction industry was a focal point for the civil rights movement. Because of civil discriminatory hiring practices, the overwhelming majority of union construction jobs went to white workers. In New York City, for example, 92% of building trades union members were white in the 1960s. Some of the skilled trades had virtually no African American members. What this meant was that Black men with high school educations, in contrast to their Irish and Italian men with comparable economic backgrounds, had no chance of getting high-paying construction jobs that would allow them to move out of public housing or decaying urban neighborhoods to purchase a home. This is one of the reasons that large construction projects, such as the one at Downstate Hospital in 1962 or the World's Fair in 1964, were the site of huge protests to get Black men access to unionized jobs protests that did not achieve significant results until the 1970s and 1980s. The deadly combination of employment discrimination and obstacles to homeownership in a housing market filled with discriminatory practices in lending, as well as rentals and purchases, had a devastating impact on wealth accumulation by Black families in New York State, as well as producing traumatic personal consequences for people who had experienced this discrimination firsthand. In closing, I would like to bring to life the statistics that I offered with a passage from a book I worked on, The Rat That Got Away, a Bronx memoir, where the author describes the devastating impact this discrimination had on his father, a highly skilled World War II veteran. He's talking about his father. It seemed that the world we lived in had little use for his talents, and this was a source of endless frustration for him. He was not alone in this. The majority of Black men in the Patterson houses were ex-servicemen trying to make a living in a society that did not want to let them in. Because of their lack of education and employers' racist practices, they were forced to take low-paying jobs that went nowhere. As a result, almost everyone had to find some way of making money off the books, and many felt driven to crime. My father was a true hustler who had all kinds of innovative ways of paying the rent. At one point, he drove a cab. He put his athletic skill to work for us, becoming a golf pro and giving private lessons at the Mashalou and Van Cortlandt Park courses. He also made money bowling in local leagues and would bring home trophies, which he displayed proudly in our living room. A man of his talent and energy should have been rewarded with respect, a job, and a good income. Like many Black men of his era, he had to scramble for every penny. The stress of making a living in a white man's world sometimes got to him, and there were times he said as much. One morning at 5 a.m., we went fishing for stripers and catfish in the East River, which was only a 6-block walk from our building. Son, he said to me, you'll never know the things I have to do to sometimes to put food on the table. He never gave me any specifics. So, given what I've described, given the impact on people and families of things that happened in the 20th century, this commission's work is incredibly important. And I hope that what the 20th century experience, as well as the experience of enslaved people, is put on the agenda here, because all the people who moved here, not only from the South, but from the West Indies and other places, they faced this discriminatory housing market. They faced this discriminatory labor market. They faced obstacles to acquiring wealth. And so it's really important that this experience be, incorporated as well. And a written copy of this paper will be sent to all of you. So thank you for listening, and thank you even more for the work you do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nason. We look forward to reading that and including it in our report. We have another of our local representatives here in the person of New York State Senator Jamal Bailey. Come on up, Senator.
Hello. Oh, it's like the Oscars. You get the mic walking up. I'd like to nominate Reverend Dr. Deborah Jenkins. So I guess I should come up there, right, for the purposes of the.
If you're coming up, you don't need the mic. You can use the one at the podium.
Hello. So I just want to say thank you for to the commission for taking on this incredibly heavy task. As James Baldwin famously said, to be Black and to be relatively conscious in America is to be in a constant state of rage. And it's okay for us to be in a state of rage considering what's happening right now. What was described, the redlining before, the restrictive covenants, the things that we've learned not just in law school, but you've learned in actual school, the school of hard knocks, the school of reality. You've faced it. So I want to thank you, my predecessors, people who were able to pave the roads for me, because Lord knows they gave us dirt roads and you paved them. We are the people of the Middle Passage who has made lemonade out of lemons, even when they were already squeezed. So I just want to say, it is not a question of if reparations are required. It is the question, in my opinion, this is my opinion, but in what manner they should be meted out. I would be foolhardy and ungrateful if I did not thank my colleague in government, Senator James Sanders, the sponsor of this bill and the architect of this bill, and someone who worked incredibly hard to get this over the finish line. Please give him a round of applause. The legislative process, like being black in America, is not for the faint of heart. There were many iterations, many conversations, many discussions that Senator Sanders outright rejected. And he held his ground to be able to make this commission a reality. And to the people, to the members of the commission, I thank you for taking on this incredibly heavy task, but I do have favorites amongst equals. You know, like I have favorite children, my three. Love the rest of y'all, but my three are my favorite. Reverend Dr. Deborah Jenkins, thank you for serving not just this commission, but for serving Co-op City, serving the Bronx, and serving anybody with faith anywhere they are. So I'm going to leave you with this. So you're going to hear a lot of presentations, and I encourage those who are testifying to speak their truth, because your truth is not anybody else's truth. But this is important. The reason why my children are here is not just because I'm responsible for them and I picked them up, but I was explaining a little bit to them about what reparations is and what it was and why it's important to have this conversation. So let's continue to have the conversation. Lift Every Voice and Sing is not just our national anthem, it's something you should do every day. Lift your voice and make sure that you do sing about what's important to you. I thank you all. I thank those who are testifying. I thank all of my friends in the crowd. I'm not naming anybody else, because that's how you get in trouble when you stay up here for 50 minutes without anybody else testifying. I am going to take my kids so that they can do their homework, but we have homework, Boogie Down. We have homework, New York.
Yeah.
And we know what our assignment is, don't we? We're going to complete the assignment, aren't we? Because the children of the Middle Passage, we deserve the better and the best. God bless you all. Thank you very much for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, Senator Jamal Bailey. And yes, get the babies home.
Yes, homework.
To do their homework. Thank you so much. Did any other electeds come in before I bring our next speaker up? Okay, awesome. We want to now have you turn your attention to Professor Susan Watson Turner, Professor of Theater and Dance Programs at Lehman College. I was so thrilled to find her, and she has a dynamic presentation for the Bronx that you did not know about. Some of you may have, but Professor Susan Watson Turner, give her a hand as she comes up, guys.
That's a journey. I want to start off by thanking everybody, all of our elected officials, all of our commissioners. This is a wonderful, wonderful, and very, very important task that we have before us, more so now than ever before. I am not as organized as my predecessor there. He wrote out his speech, but I did do a slideshow because I teach a course at Lehman in Africana's theater. And what that means is theater from everywhere, theater that people, that we brought to the business, the industry, and is not often recognized. I said to my students, did I do it right? Okay, thanks. What is the Bronx slave market? Now, I know all of you who are in the Bronx, you know what that is, right? Some say, oh, it was slavery in the Bronx. No. I said, come forward a little bit to after the century changed. What was the Bronx slave market and why is it important to us? So I put together a little slideshow. They can see it on the thing. Also, my students who are supposed to be signing on to this better be listening. Joshandra Saunders wrote a book, and in the very first chapter, a mother and daughter are conflicting about wanting to go to work in the Bronx slave market. And of course, that's right here on Jerome Avenue, where Lehman College is located right up the hill. And she said, I don't want to do that. And my students said to me, well, what is the Bronx slavery? Was it during slavery? Was it, and we have a duty to understand that that was really something that happened in the 19th century, or the 20th century, actually, before World War II and during World War II. And when we see people now, and so many of my students are from the Caribbean or Africa or Latino, standing on the corners waiting for work. We have to understand that they were not the first people who were standing on the corners waiting for work. During this time, people did not want to admit that there was a market that was working basically for slave labor. And you would go sometimes to a home and you wouldn't get paid. Or you would go sometimes to a home and the work was so difficult and so hard for many people that actually one woman fell out of a window cleaning the outside of the window. So I told them slavery and the labor force, and you talked about it a little bit, is something that is still with us. We were never fairly compensated for it, but yet and still today, we still see at Home Depot and all places, corners of people waiting for work, waiting for labor. And I'm not sure that we understand the legacy and the tradition that labor equals wealth. Labor equals money. But not all the time are we compensated fairly. So during this time, two very brave women, Marvell Cook and I can't remember her name, can't see her name down there. They went undercover and went and stood on the corner, and it came to my attention that this was a very dramatic kind of circumstance, a very dramatic situation. They went undercover, stood on Jerome Avenue, and went to work in the house and houses of Bronx residents, Bronx residents for under wage. When this expose came out, it was very difficult for us to swallow the fact that our labor, because we had no choice, was being abused like this. Just as it's very difficult for us to swallow today that many people who are ungreen carded, or whatever the appropriate word is to use, are working for less than fair and good wages. So that when the expose came out, Marvell Cook and Ella Baker were right on the Amsterdam News, our lovely Amsterdam News that carries our press, and revealed the fact that these jobs were the best jobs that they could get. It was the best jobs that they could get among the abuse that they had to take to complete these jobs. So when my students said to me, well, that's not slavery, they got paid, didn't they? They got paid. Yes, much less than anyone would have taken those jobs. And of course, it was during the time when people were going to fight, and then the white women were going into the industrial jobs that they had left open. And so it was the Black people who provided that labor. Now, did we ever get properly compensated for that? Why are we here today? Absolutely, absolutely. Okay. And that is only one example of many times and many things that happen in this country, the reason why reparations are necessary and required and very, very important. I brought a clip I stole it from YouTube, and my poor friend Lawrence Fishburne, I hope he doesn't mind, but I would like to show you something that, it was a letter that is it on here? There it is. Now, how do I get to the link? Oh, you click it, okay. Thank you. But he tells us something that is kind of sad, but interesting. Do I have to click it, or you click it? No, they'll click it. Okay.
Hey, good morning. Have you ever tried putting eggs in your oatmeal?
Sorry, I got the commercial.
Oatmeal's healthy, right?
There's nothing good in oatmeal. Most of those
Sorry, I got
cross-react
the
quickly.
commercial.
Thank you. To my old master. The letter. Dayton, Ohio, August 7th, 1865. To my old master, Colonel P.H. Anderson, Big Spring, Tennessee. Sir, I got your letter and was glad to find that you had not forgotten Jordan and that you wanted me to come back and live with you again, promising to do better for me than anyone else can. I have often felt uneasy about you. I thought the Yankees would have hung you before this. For harboring Rebs that they found at your house. I suppose they never heard about your going to Colonel Martin's to kill the Union soldier that was left by his company in their stable. Although you shot at me twice before I left you, I did not want to hear of your being hurt and am glad that you are still living. It would do me good to go back to dear old home again and see Miss Mary and Miss Martha, Alan, Esther, Green, and Lee. Give my love to them all and tell them I hope we will meet in the better world, if not in this. I would have gone back to see you all when I was working in the Nashville hospital, but one of the neighbors told me that Henry intended to shoot me if he ever got a chance. I want to know particularly what the good chance is you propose to give me. I am doing tolerably well here. I get $25 a month with victuals and clothing, have a comfortable home for Mandy. The folks call her Mrs. Anderson. And the children, Millie, Jane, and Grundy, go to school and are learning well. The teacher says that Grundy has a head for a preacher. They go to Sunday school, and Mandy and me attend church regularly. We are kindly treated. Sometimes we overhear others saying, them colored people were slaves down in Tennessee. The children, they feel hurt when they hear such remarks, but I tell them it was no disgrace in Tennessee to belong to Colonel Anderson. Many darkies would have been proud, as I used to be, to call you master. Now, if you will write and say what wages you will give me, I will better be able to decide whether it would be to my advantage to move back again. As to my freedom, which you say I can have, well, there's nothing to be gained on that score, as I got my free papers in 1864 from the Provost Marshal General of the Department of Nashville. Mandy says she would be afraid to go back without some proof that you were disposed to treat us kindly and justly. And we have concluded to test your sincerity by asking you to send us our wages for the time that we served you. This will make us forget and forgive old scores and rely on your justice and friendship in the future. I served you faithfully for 32 years and Mandy 20 years. At $25 a month for me, $2 a week for Mandy, our earnings would amount to $11,680. Add this, the interest for the time of our wages have been kept back, and deduct what you paid for our clothing and 3 doctor visits for me, pulling a tooth for Mandy, and the balance will show what we are in justice entitled to. Please send the money by Adams Express in care of V. Winters, Esquire, Dayton, Ohio. If you fail to pay us for our faithful labors in the past, we can have little faith in your promises in the future. We trust the good Maker has opened your eyes to the wrongs which you and your fathers have done to me and my fathers in making us toil for you for generations without recompense. Here I draw my wages every Saturday night, but in Tennessee, there was never any payday for the Negroes any more than for the horses and cows. Surely there will be a day of reckoning for those who defraud the laborer of his hire. In answering this letter, please state if there would be any safety for my Millie and Jane, who are now grown up and both good-looking girls. You know how it was with poor Matilda and Catherine. I would rather stay here and starve and die if it came to that, than to have my girls brought to shame and violence by the wickedness of their young masters. You will also please state if there have been any schools open for the colored children in your neighborhood. The great desire of my life now is to give my children an education and have them form virtuous habits. Say howdy to George Carter and Thank him for taking the pistol from you when you were shooting at me. Your old servant, Jordan Anderson.
And I think that the letter and Mr. Fishburne, the Bronx slave market, and much of what we have done for this country is happening here. And thank you very much. And then we'll go back.
We want to thank you, Professor Watson Turner, for that wonderful presentation. This is now a period where there can be questions and answers to our speakers, our presenters from the commission. And then we will go from there into public hearing testimonies.
Well, I guess I'll take the lead first. I mean, are we on to commissioners first?
Yes,
or-
no, of course.
Okay. Wow. Whew. This is good. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. One is we're coming up on the 100th birthday of one of the great freedom fighters that African people have ever produced, El-Haj Malik El-Shabazz, our black shining prince. And he once said that of all of our studies, history is most qualified to reward all research. And, you know, I've done some teaching in my days, and sometimes we get tired of all the numbers and quantity, but there are certain things that are more important than others. And certainly what has been extracted here today is important in that regard. I just want to make a few quick comments. One, Professor Nason, you used the word envy. And one of the people that we have on our list that we've been talking about is Dr. Julianne Malveaux. And Dr. Julianne Malveaux is feverishly working on a book which may be entitled Wealth Stolen by what she calls White Economic Envy. And in so doing, she catalogs some of the same places and that you talked about, but much more than that. It is really the kind of stark history that we need to hear to understand how compelling it is to the need for reparations is. Secondly, just quickly, I'm reminiscing in my own experiences as I went off to do my graduate work in Albany at what was then called the Graduate School of Public Affairs, now called some other fancy name, which is not important in that regard. But I called myself going off, and I was not going to get involved in the civil rights stuff anymore because my grades had suffered and so forth. But then I encountered a group of people in Albany, New York called the Brothers. And they were led by a gentleman whose name is Leon Van Dyke, just celebrated his 90th birthday. And I say that because what drew me in was because they were fighting around the issues you talked about, the construction industry. This has been a perennial question in our community, fighting to get into the lucrative construction industry. And Leon Van Dyke is still alive, and we may want to add him to the list of experts just to get his testimony as well. And then finally, let me just simply indicate too, in the same area, and some of the folks in New York will know, there was a brother named Jim Horton. Jim Horton with Harlem Fight Back, same thing. Is that Lloyd Douglas out there by chance? Yeah, oh my goodness. Anyway, Harlem Fight Back. And Jim Horton just spent his life fighting to get into the construction industry because we've been kept out time and time and time again. And then this finally, just by way of information, we are honored to have on the National African American Reparations Commission, Reverend Dr. Turner, who is formerly from Tulsa. In fact, his church was the last remaining structure, Robert Turner, in Tulsa. And a lot of people don't know about Elaine, Arkansas. We know about Tulsa, but not Elaine, Arkansas. So I'm only saying just to compliment you on what was said, but also just to reinforce it in terms of this history is so important, particularly for the younger people, but for all of us, because it will fuel in a righteous way our determination that our ancestors are crying out for reparations, and we are not going to let them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daniels. Before we continue with the questions and answers, we have just had two additional esteemed elected officials come in, and we are happy to hear from them. Our City Council member, Kevin Riley, come on up. Yes.
Good evening, community.
Good evening.
Hope all is well. Hope all is well. So first and foremost, I want to thank the New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies for hosting this important hearing. This evening, I see we're joined by Senator Saunders from Queens as well, an advocate, and really push for this in the state. So we really appreciate your work. It's an honor to speak to you all today, community, not only as a council member representing this district, but also as the co-chair of the Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus in New York City Council. This public hearing serves as a vital platform for us to confront and address the systematic discrimination that has long affected Black communities in New York, particularly in the areas like the Bronx. The legacy of slavery and the Great Migration, which brought Black families to this community, like ours, continues to shape the socio-economic landscape today. In my role as the co-chair of the Black, Latino, Asian Caucus, I'm proud of the work that we're doing to develop an action plan for Black New Yorkers, and we're calling it the Black Print, which includes partnerships with our colleagues in the state, developing strategic initiatives aimed at improving health, wealth, and civic engagement in the Black communities across the state. This plan outlines investments in cancer screening, mental health services, legal aid, and housing protection, all aimed at addressing the long-term harms of systematic racism. As a part of this commitment to systematic change, we push for target funding and legislative initiatives, including $40 million for legal aid against deed theft, which disproportionately affects Black homeowners, $500 million to preserve affordable Mitchell-Lama housing, $100 million for mental health services, especially in support of our community needs, the African American History Commission, which was a bill from the state and the Senate, establishing a commission to develop school curriculum highlighting African American contributions, and the Chisholm Chance Act, which establishes maternal and child care services centers in Kings County and the Bronx, which continues to address the maternal health issues. These are just few examples of the actions we're taking to ensure Black New Yorkers have access to justice, health, and opportunities. And one initiative I'm really, really proud of is a bill that I introduced, which is Intro 975, which will establish the Office of Black Male Excellence. When you look at all of the major cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Boston, they have offices focused on how to improve the socioeconomic issues that Black men face each and every single day. And right now, I'm trying to push the city to have our own office focused on Black male excellence. If this passes, this bill will focus on addressing the unique challenges faces Black boys and men, including education, economic opportunities, criminal justice, and public safety. It's clear that historical and ongoing challenges facing Black men require focused and strategic policy remedies. Today's conversation about reparation is about more than just financial compensation. It's about addressing the systematic issues systematic issues that have created barriers for Black New Yorkers, barriers in education, housing, and employment. I encourage all of you here today to share your stories, your experiences, and your vision for true and a comprehensive way that we could address these issues. And most importantly, I know this has nothing to do with the commission, but we're in Co-op City. We just also passed a resolution regarding Baychester Square today to do an impact study because they're trying to turn it into an electric depot. and we want to know how this is going to impact the community. So this is a huge win for the Co-op City community and a huge win for District 12 as well. And with that being said, thank you so much to the commission, especially Reverend Jenkins. I really appreciate you, and I know you guys will do tremendous work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Riley, and the good work that you are doing. Not last and least, but first, our first female borough president in the Bronx, the esteemed Vanessa Gibson.
Thank you so much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to each and every one of you who are joined here tonight for this important hearing to hear from members of the public, stakeholders, community leaders, and really all of our partners from academia, our educators, and so many of our leaders that are truly here for the same goal, to create equity and justice and fairness in the system for so many of our African American community members across the Bronx and certainly across the state. I want to recognize our chair, Dr. Hawkins, as well as Dr. Jenkins, our vice chair, and to all the members of the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies. And to all of you, it's really a great privilege to be here. I have to acknowledge a good friend who I've worked with over all of my years, 3 years as borough president, 8 years as council member, and 4 years as assembly member, Dr. Mark Neeson from the Fordham University, our professor of Africana Studies. Dr. Neeson and his team have always worked with me on understanding Black history in the Bronx when it comes to so many of our artists, our leaders, and really the rich history that we represent here in the Bronx. It's really been an honor to work with you, and when I was coming here, I knew you would be here because this is exactly what you do every day at Fordham University. And to everyone who is assembled, thank you so much. Being here reminds me of a great friend that we lost not too long ago, and I'm sure many of you knew Dr. John Flateau. He was a professor, he was a leader, he was someone that always spoke truth to power. When it came to fighting for all Black Americans, Dr. John Flateau was always there. And so I think about him now in this moment. And of course, I think about one of the leaders that I was very proud to work with as a member of the State Assembly, and that is Roger Green, who was also very instrumental in making sure that not just the redistricting commission was reflective of recognizing our diversity, but on all of the issues that we've talked about, systemic racism and really opportunities that Black Americans have not always had. It was Roger Green, Dr. John Flateau. It was so many in the trenches that stood up at a time when it was not popular. And so now, as a result of legislative action, and I do recognize our colleagues in Albany, our Assembly Speaker, Carl Hastie, and our Senate Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, and all of the members of the Assembly and Senate that really represented this important initiative and why we wanted to create a study on reparations in the first place. Why we codified this in law, because we wanted to guarantee that this process was fair, was equitable, and transparent. Not only righting the wrongs in a system, decades system, that really has not always given African Americans fair share, fair opportunity, but also what we can do today. In the criminal justice system, discrimination in housing and education, so many families that are living at or below the federal poverty level. How can we do our part to lift up our families? I'm grateful that we have a council member in Kevin Riley, along with members of the New York City Council delegation, the Black Caucus, Black, Puerto Rican, and Asian Legislative Caucus, and all of the different organizations that are really tasked with this work. Legislation, policy, and budget, right? That is how we attempt to get this work done. And it is my hope as the commission travels across the state, right, from Buffalo to the Bronx, to Brooklyn, Brownsville, and Long Island, how we can talk about the role that we play. So I can share as the Bronx Borough President, as someone who served in the state and the city, and really looking at this work in a very holistic way. Unemployment is highest among Black men. We have to do something about that. We have to make sure that we lift up our men when it comes to access to economic mobility, pathways to the middle class, and giving them career options. That is why we launched Future Forward Bronx. It is an initiative that we have partnering with the State Department of Labor. And to date, we've already hosted almost a dozen job and career fairs. Thousands of Bronxites have come to our office in need of jobs and careers. And if you understand the difference between a job and a career, you know that we are adamant and intentional about career pathways. We want to make sure that African-American men are given opportunities just like everyone else. When I was in the New York City Council, Councilmember Riley, you remember we passed the Fair Chance Act, right? Making sure that men of color could not be discriminated against based on their background. Formerly incarcerated men exploited in certain industries and oftentimes left out of the traditional job market. We have to change that. This commission can look at that from a racial and equity perspective. In addition, Councilmember Riley talked about maternal health. We have some of the highest rates of maternal mortality and morbidity, and it affects, of course, Black women. 9.2 times more likely to die during childbirth because of pregnancy-related complications. It is unacceptable. So what are we doing about that? We issued a birthing report about 2-3 weeks ago, and in that report, we're talking about a Bronx-based birthing center. To return to the borough, we opened the very first childbearing center of Morris Heights back in 1988, and it lasted for 20 years. And since that time, after it closed, we only have 2 birthing centers in the state, in Buffalo and Brooklyn. We need one in the Bronx. We need to make sure that we change the system so that birth workers and doulas and midwives have opportunities to serve our Black women. And we're doing that, and we will continue to do that. That is related to reparations.
So excuse me, ma'am.
Excuse me.
And so if you give me just 1 second, ma'am, because we have, okay.
Oh, okay.
Are you on the did you sign up for the speakers list? And so this is one, and I apologize that we did not do this disclaimer at the beginning of our conversation, but we want to make sure that we are respectful for each and every individual that has the opportunity to speak. And so if individuals choose to speak and have your opinions and your voice heard, we're going to ask that you sign up and you will be called in the proper order. If we continue to have disruption, then we have to take the disruption out. So we've been respectful. So I'm just asking that you allow her to continue.
Yes,
Thank you.
of course. So again, let me add my voice to Councilmember Kevin Riley and everyone when it comes to education, when it comes to pay parity for Black women, because we also struggle when it comes to Black women in the non-for-profit sector, higher education, pathways to home ownership, and all of the important programs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this done. Thank you, Commission, and thank you, everyone, for being here tonight.
I want to thank you, Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson. And I want to echo for the audience the comments of my colleague, Commissioner Hogues. We are anxious to hear your testimonies, but one thing we're asking for everyone is to show respect for everyone who is speaking. We elect these officials, and in this community, we hold them accountable. And basically, the borough president was telling us what she's been doing and how it relates to reparations. So we thank you for speaking. We thank our city councilmen. We thank our assemblymen. We thank Senator Sanders. We thank Senator Bailey. We thank all of our elected officials who have come tonight. Now we're going to move past the questions and answers for our presenters. We thank you both so much. It was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The Bronx slave market, the African-American continual struggle, post-slavery, post-Reconstruction, and it continues to 2025. We're going to now,
Good evening again, everyone, and we are grateful that you are here tonight. Tonight is our time to speak, but we need to make some agreements about how we will communicate. This is our opportunity, and we need to be respectful. And so here's how we will be, this is how we're going to communicate today. And if you can't agree to that, we ask you to leave respectfully. So here we go. This is how we'll communicate. Thank you. To ensure this forum remains safe, respectful, and it needs to be action-oriented. We ask that all attendees honor the ground rules. And here they are. Respect every voice. Every person here has the right to speak and be heard. We ask that you listen actively and allow space for different perspectives. But we need to do that orderly. And so there is a process for everyone to sign up to speak, and we'll have 3 minutes to do that. We'll center solutions and not frustrations. We understand that this is an emotional conversation. Feelings of anger and grief and urgency are certainly valid. But we have to channel those emotions in actionable solutions. So there's no personal attacks or hate speech. Passion is certainly welcome, but hostility is not. We want to uplift and not tear down. Disrespectful language, threats, or personal attacks will not be tolerated. We want to honor time and space to ensure that all voices are heard, and be mindful of the time when you're speaking. If you're participating in the public speaking segment, we ask that you limit your remarks to the time designated, which is 3 minutes. We want you all to stay present and engage. We know this is a long process. You saw that on the flyer. It's 5 to 9, 4 hours. So we ask that you stay engaged. We're here to learn. We're certainly here to grow. But most importantly, we need to take action. So please avoid the disruption. And if emotions rise, take a moment, breathe, and step outside. But let's make space for other voices honestly and respectfully. So I want to thank you all on behalf of the commission for being here. And let's create a space that honors truth, healing, and actionable change. We want to thank you for coming tonight, and we look forward to the next part in the public hearing. I just want to honor our vice chair. She's doing a wonderful job, and we're going to open up for public hearing.
thank you, Chair Hawkins. So quite a few of you have signed up for public testimony, and we are looking so forward to them. What we're going to do, I have 2 lists, those of you who signed up today and those who signed up via the web. I'm going to go back and forth just to be equitable because you're all here, and some who signed up via the web may not be present. I will call your name twice, 3 times, and then we will move on to the next speaker so that everyone who is here, has been here, will have an opportunity to provide their testimony. We will be strictly adhering to the timer that is in front of you, 3 minutes. Those of you who signed up on the web definitely had ample time to sort of prepare what you wanted to say. We are not telling you what you must say and what you must not say, but we are ready to begin to hear from you because this will all go far to help us in doing what the work that we have been charged with doing. Having said that,
Doctor.
Go ahead.
And so one of the other things, if your testimony that you are presenting today goes beyond the 3 minutes, you are more than welcome to submit the entirety of your testimony to the commission so we can have that for public record.
Thank you.
One other addition, I'm so sorry, but I want to acknowledge that there is, if you don't want to provide public hearing today in this space, you certainly can call. And that number, and hopefully we get that on the screen, is 473-3997. You can call and leave a long message, and we are transcribing your messages and certainly want to hear from you. But thank you, and we want to honor your remarks. Oh, I'll repeat the number. Thank you. It's 518-473-3997.
Thank you, Chair Hawkins. I'm going to call the first three names. In this order, you should come to the microphone, which is in this aisle over here. The first name I'm calling is Ms. Sharon Coleman, followed by Charles Mitchell, followed by Bilal Gabella. Sharon Coleman, Charles Mitchell, Bilal Gabella. Are any of them here today?
One more time.
And when you approach the mic, please repeat your name so that we can get it clearly.
One more time.
Sharon Coleman, Charles Mitchell, Bilal Gambella. Okay, we're going to keep it moving. Marilyn Garcia, Cyrus Carrasco, and Jacqueline Chambers. Microphone. That's you. Cyrus, you're after her. Thank you.
Read the names again.
Please repeat your name.
My name is Marilyn Garcia Carrasco, but that is my married name. I am the daughter of a Georgia sharecropper or farmer. I was born in Beachton, Georgia in 1970. Yeah, full disclosure. And I want everyone to know that my father was born in 1924, my mother in 1940. My grandfather, Job Wiley, was born in 1877. My other grandfather was born in 1888. He married my grandmother, Henrietta, born in 1895. Slavery ended in 1865. I'm talking about my grandparents. I'm not talking about something hundreds and hundreds of years ago. I'm talking about my grandparents, which means that my parents were born in the Black codes, in Jim Crow. They came through this era. I myself was born, like I said, in rural Georgia in the 70s. In the 80s, I broke okra. I picked squash and peas myself, not someone else, me. My mother had 11 children. I am the baby of those children. But I want you to understand, when we talk about reparations, reparations means to repair. My father and my grandfather and my great-grandfather, as a matter of fact, the one that was born in 1877, his mother was on the Trail of Tears as a little person. We, being a freedmen, direct descendant of American freedmen, are mixed people. We're the Aboriginal people. We are the slave owners. And we are also the African slaves that they brought in. We are mixed people. And we have lost our land. We have been displaced, replaced, renamed, Walter Pleckard. And reparations means to repair, to make something right. It still affects, to this very day, it affects me. It affects how I grew up, where I grew up, all of our family farms, all of our land, all of it lost, taken, stolen, all of it. And ended up working for other people, working this land for other people, what used to be our land. Now we have a little house in Cairo, Georgia. If that sounds familiar, Jackie Robinson was born in Cairo, Georgia, that our grandmother managed to hold on to. But understand,
I am that person. I am the freedmen descendants of those freedmen that were freed by Lincoln. My grandfather was actually a result of Walter Plecker. If you look at his census, he goes from being Indian to being mulatto to being Negro. The same person. The same exact person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. I think before you, Ms. Chambers, I have Mr. Cyrus. Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Chambers, you can speak. Thank
Good
you.
evening,
Can you
one and all.
repeat your name for us, please?
Jacqueline Chambers. Good evening, one and all. I have a question. With the current administration in office cutting programs that would be detrimental for millions of people, how is this meeting going to be significant?
First of all, I want to acknowledge that this is New York State reparations. And so I just want to make sure that we provide that clarity there, that although there are federal changes that certainly harm us as a people, this is a New York State Commission for Reparation Remedies. So we're looking at New York State remedies, reparative processes in New York State. So this is something that our great governor, Governor Hochul, decided to, along with, we have here in the room, we want to acknowledge him once again, Senator James Sanders Jr. and Assembly Member Szilagyi, who put this, this bill together so that we can have this look at reparation remedies. Additionally, we know that this is serious because the state has given the commission $5 million to complete this research work. We have a charge to research the harms of those that are still living, the harms of those that were ancestors of those enslaved. We're looking to do that work in addition to provide some solutions. So this is why these public hearings are so important, because we plan to come back to the state. The charge is to have a report to the governor and the legislative body so that we can look at what those remedies would be. The most important part of that, and this is what we want you to be here and understand, that this is your role as well. When the commission, you'll come back to you, when the commission provides that report, when we make that report, we'll be looking to you, the community, to champion those solutions. Because we can do the work, but if we don't champion those solutions and demand the change, it will not happen. And so your effort is going to be, once we provide the report, you hear the report and we come to some agreements, that's going to be our work, your work, to champion that change. So yes, we can be serious about this. So it's going to be up to you as well, not just the commission. But thank you for that question. We want to honor that.
Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so just to add another piece, so I believe that the current budget that is in play is around $252 billion that is proposed. So if we're talking about monetary, we know that the New York State gets roughly $90 billion from the federal government. So there are still opportunities, if we're strictly just talking financial, for us to be able to honor that, even though what's going on at the federal level. Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cyrus.
Yes, hi.
Your name, please.
Yes, I'm Cyrus Manley. Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for coming out and sharing what has been taking place already. I'm here to educate myself going forward, and it's just like, wow, it's overwhelming that I can see this, like it's physical. It's like, it's really happening. So again, thank you and Godspeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was beautiful. Next up, we have Mary Longley, Rashida Smith Wiltshire, Sheba Sampson Amsterdam. Mary Longley, Rashida Smith Wiltshire, Sheba Simpson Amsterdam. Last time. Mary Longley, Rashida Smith, Wilshire, Sheba Sampson, Amsterdam. Okay. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Asatawa Garth Harris. Asantawa Garth Harris.
Can she have the mic here?
Yeah. Yes. Following her is,
I'll bring it. I got it.
following her will be Leslie Peterson. And then Joan Harris.
Thank you. My name is Asantua Gail Harris, third generation Brooklynite. So happy to be here and share this great common ground that we have. Our ancestors, we are our ancestors' seeds. It was wonderful to see children in the room. So I want to ask the commission to please find ways of including them so they have an understanding that it's not just for adults, that our generations behind us, coming behind us, should know what reparations are. I also bring salute from one of my elder mothers, Iya Amy Olatunji, who is 95 and says she wants reparations in her lifetime.
Amen.
She made a declaration at the steps of City Hall last year. She could not be here today. She's traveling with family, but at some point she's going to make presentation at the hearing. So again, I say thank you, and also to the reminder for an intergenerational campaign. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Leslie Peterson.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I didn't mean to take this out of its holster. First and foremost, I want to say I don't have need for a mule, okay? However, I did look up something and I saw that they said using the formula of 4 acres and a mule, which was promised freed slaves by General William T. Sherman during the Civil War, but later reversed by President Andrew Johnson, would necessitate a reparations fund of between $1 to $3 trillion. And one of the other things that in my reading that I wanted to make mention of was that I noticed that the slave owners were given reparations for lost property, okay? But for some reason, there's always a controversy when it comes to giving to us. I first went to Mr. Saunders' meeting that he had on White Plains Road at the church. I can't remember the name of the church. And I remember when we went to the Democratic Club, and I told Deborah, I said, the governor's here. I'm going to go ask her, is she going to sign that bill? And so we have a picture of when I went to her and I said, are you going to sign the bill? And of course, I got a diplomatic answer, which I didn't expect that she was going to answer one way or the other. She just said, you'll be surprised. So I was very pleased that, you know, she did ultimately sign the bill. When I talk to people, oftentimes they always talk about the South. However, in my looking throughout different books and reading and whatnot, the United States North is often portrayed as a safe haven for enslaved Southerners, when in reality, New York did not abolish slavery fully until 1827, only 34 years before the Civil War began. On Wall Street, between Pearl and Water Streets, a market that auctioned enslaved people of African ancestry was established by a Common Council law on November 30th, 1711. This slave market was in use until 1762. By 1730, 42% of the population owned slaves, a higher percentage than in any other city in the country except Charleston, South Carolina. The enslaved population, which ranged between 15 and 20% of the total, literally built the city and was the engine that made its economy run. And for that alone, I am so pleased that New York finally took up the banner and did what was the right thing to do, and decided to have a commission to look into reparations. Personally, and my time is running out, I am interested in us looking at housing, at education, at health benefits, and not necessarily a check going to an account, but something that will help us build generational wealth. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I just want to add to that, because while you're providing your testimony, we need solutions. So what we need from you to do, if you have ideas around housing, around employment, around health initiatives, around economics, it is your time to send this information to us electronically. The website, if we can post that information again, you can email it to us, you can call. Remember I said you can leave a long message, you can call us and leave your ideas, but we can't do this. These public hearings are great to hear your lived experience, but what we want for the report are the solutions, your ideas, the change work, the actionable work. And so if we don't get that, it's not going to be as rich as we need it to be. And so if you have that, if you have those ideas, send it to the commission. Our website is ny.gov/reparations. If you go there, you can email us right now and send your ideas over. We will get those ideas, they will be transcribed, and they'll be part of the data that we will use to inform our report. And so it's wonderful to hear your testimony, but if you have ideas and actionable solutions or even policy initiatives that you believe will work, please send that to the commission. The website is ny.gov/reparations. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Next up is Joan Harris. Joan, are you still here?
Hello, Mr. King. Thank you so much for allowing me or affording me the opportunity to speak. Bear with me, I'm not in best physical condition due to the cotton fields that I came from. Okay? I was born in Como, North Carolina. I am a witness to the cotton fields, the tobacco fields, the peanut fields, farms. I am a witness to my grandmother and all the people that were people of color working in the cotton fields for $2.50 per 100 pounds of cotton. I tell my kids today, my summer camp was in the cotton fields. I was 10 years old. I was in the cotton fields, picking cotton along with my grandparents and other black people out there. During the summer, I was in the cotton field, peanut fields, call it what you want. 100 pounds of cotton they had to pick, and they got $2.50 per 100 pounds. I came today not to prepare to speak, but to listen. But based on my, appearance here, I stand for my ancestors. I represent them because I witnessed what they went through, and I did too. And one more thing, I'm writing a book. I'm looking for a white lady from Boston. I was in the cotton fields at 12 years old. This lady was driving down one of the highways on her way back to Boston on a trip from Florida. She wanted to take a picture. I'm in the cotton field. The little black girl with the headscarf on and a straw hat, hot. She wants to take a picture. So she asked to take a picture of me. So I'm like, why do you want to take a picture of me in the cotton fields? She says, I've never seen cotton before. I said, where do you live? She said, Boston. The book that I'm writing is about this white lady. There are good white people in this world, I know. That lady changed my life. She was a white woman, and she told me there's no cotton in Boston. And I said, I'm gonna get my education, and I'm getting the hell out of North Carolina. Now, one last thing. This is the schoolhouse that I went to. It's a 3-room little schoolhouse. This schoolhouse is being turned into a museum site. Booker T. Washington was very instrumental in starting the school for African American children. So I went to that school. That's the school I began. So I can say to you, yeah, we work hard. We really do. And I wanted to thank the white people for telling me there's no cotton in Boston.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Beautiful story. I took a quote from you, and we'll give you credit for it, that you tell your grandchildren and your children your summer camp was picking cotton. That's deep. Thank you. So we had, we're gonna go back to the original sheet that I was speaking from, because apparently these people have enrolled to speak virtually. So I'm gonna call the names again, beginning at the top, and hopefully we'll be able to get them on to hear their testimonies. Sharon Coleman. Charles Mitchell. Bilal Gambella. Are they still on with us virtually?
And while they're coming up, I just want to remind individuals that are here, again, thank you for being here. If you have artifacts, and just to our elder that shared the picture, we can take pictures of that, or you can scan that, but we certainly want to have copies of your artifacts that are important. So please share that. Thank you. So if you would allow the photographers to get a picture of that, or someone can take it with their phone and upload it.
Oh, I think I'm there.
I'm gonna call those names again. Sharon Coleman, Charles Mitchell, Bilal Gambella. Do we have them?
Hello?
We do? Okay.
I don't know if they can hear me. Can you hear me? No. Okay. All right, I mean,
Sir, can you unmute, please?
hello?
Yes, thank you. Can you repeat your name for us?
Oh, Mr. Bile Gambella?
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, you may start.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. And I would like to thank the commission. And I'm also from the Bronx, New York. And let me just get right into it. So my name is Mr. Billy Gambella. I'm a foundational Black American, as well as a foundational Black Aboriginal American by way of Eastern Band Cherokee from North Carolina and Virginia. But I currently live in the Bronx, and I was born in the Bronx. So in addition, I am also a DNA genetic and genealogy research specialist. I have over 16 years in the field of DNA ancestral origins. My maternal line genetically coalesced here in the US, meaning that it formed here in America around 2,800 to 10,000 years ago with Aboriginal origins. My maternal ancestral line did not necessarily arrive from slave ship, although I do have, along my mother's paternal line, family that has been enslaved from Pennsylvania County, Virginia. And I just say that to say that the majority of Black Americans or foundational Black Americans have been already here in America and are autochthonous to this land. So what I wanted to talk about was about reparations and it being lineage based. Because even though I know that we do have a lot of people who identify as Black people from different parts of the diaspora. I just wanted to make sure that the reparations that when we do come up with a commission in a way that we're going to dispense reparations, that it be lineage based for a specific group of people. And I'll land my plane right there.
Thank you, Mr. Gambello. I want to just pause to say here's our very first virtual public hearing testimony, and so that's groundbreaking. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And we got it done. Thank you, Dr. Chisholm Stryker. Thank you, and your team. Mary Longley, is she there? Virtually? Or Rashida Smith Wiltshire? Okay, she said no, okay. Next up in the room, Mr. Martin Harris, former council member and state senator Larry Seabrook, and Reginald Marbury, in that order. May you repeat your name, please?
Yes, good evening, commissioners. My name is Martin Harris. I'm with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. We were founded in 1940 by Thurgood Marshall, and we are fighting for reparations here in the Bronx. The Bronx was the epicenter of a thriving working class neighborhood until it was systematically transformed by urban renewal, or as James Baldwin once referred to it as Negro removal. Urban renewal was promoted to address persistent poverty, but often displaced Black residents and deepen inequality rather than addressing their needs. Nationally, federal inequality and dollars went to displace Black people and residents during the 1950s and 1970s, and over 300,000 families were disproportionately destroyed. The state and city of New York historically have affected these Black neighborhoods. Discriminatory housing policies such as redlining and other racially discriminatory housing policies compounded the harms experienced by Black communities. This forced white families to move out to pursue their American dream while denying Black people similar opportunities to move out to the suburbs. After urban renewal, many Black people, similar in the Bronx, continue to live in segregated and under-resourced neighborhoods. And due to discrimination, were not afforded the same opportunities as white New Yorkers. Many Black families were forced into poorly maintained rental housing in the Bronx, a trend that continues here today. I will sum up because I know that my time is running out, but I will just say that failed policies and discriminatory practices have barred Black New Yorkers from advancing economically. Reparations programs are often looked at as a form of a handout to Black communities, when instead we are entitled to reparations. Reparations are a necessary tool that the state can and should utilize moving forward. Reparation programs should be geared towards economic investments and also promote and incentivize innovation and entrepreneurship within the Black community. And the products and services that are within these Black communities will generate the economy in New York as a whole. So I'm here today just to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today. And I look forward to continued work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to hit on 3 quick points for 3 minutes, and that's going to be it. First of all, I want to talk about reparation as it really relates to what took place here in New York City and New York State. It's around education, it's around jobs, and it's around housing. In 1847, it was the establishment of free tuition in the city college. Free tuition was free for everybody because remember, the Jewish community couldn't go to Harvard, Yale, and all the other places. So that was their Harvard and Yale, but they still didn't allow us in. And then when they allowed us to come in, when they had open enrollment, and we were allowed, and then when they saw us graduating, they cut it out in 1976, said we couldn't pay for it, we couldn't afford it. Education. We need to bring back free tuition as a part of reparation that has to be established, that's there, and it would create, and it can be done because the legislature can do it. Secondly, when we talk about jobs, there was a place called Seneca Village where black people lived. Black people lived in Central Park, Seneca Village. They ran them out. They owned the property. Black people owned the property in Seneca Village. They ran them out and they built Central Park. But guess what? The agreement with the Irish was that you couldn't hire not one black person to work on the construction of Central Park. Check it out. When we talk about the question, slavery ended in New York in 1827. A few years later, they created the prison system in New York State in terms of that market and driving us into the prison system. We have built more prisons and cells at a cost that's unbelievable. It costs $87,000 to house a youth, and we're not spending it. Everybody say, it's a good program, Mr. Lama. Well, we got a black speaker, we got a black majority leader, and you got a governor say that you lack. Well, then you can create Mr. Lama. You know who created Mr. Lama? An assemblyman and a senator from Brooklyn. So get on the job. That's a part of our reparation. Lastly, we should never be afraid to talk about somebody giving us money, because guess what? Guess what? The Jews get their monies every day. The Japanese got their money every day. The minute somebody else talk about us getting our money, y'all don't deserve it. Slavery lasted for 250 years in America, the only group. 87 years of legal segregation happened to us. You know why? Because I'm old enough to live it. I know it.
Can you repeat your name, doctor, please?
I want to thank the New York State Commission
Can
for
you please
having this
repeat your
hearing.
name?
It's fine, I could talk over them.
Can you repeat your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Reginald A. Mabry. Again, I want to thank this commission for having this important talk tonight. I am the author of Reparations is Dead, How to Resurrect It. And the article is posted on our fellow commissioner's website, Institute of Black World 21st Century. I wrote it with Dr. Jahi Issa. I've testified at the first town hall meeting on reparations in 2002 that was in New York City. So I've testified there, and I also gave testimony to the Central Park Conservancy, right? And with Dr. Leonard Jeffries on Seneca Village, and it was a success because we have signage at least on Seneca Village right now, which wasn't there before. Now, even though New York City and New York State has some of the strongest laws on discrimination, right? We have to deal with South Street Seaport, which was the pathway for slavery coming into New York. We have to deal with the 127th Street Depot, that is an African burial ground buried under an MTA depot. I don't know if y'all know that, but that is there. And roughly no single African-American owns really any retail property from 96th Street all the way down to South Street Seaport. What I want to help this committee to know is that there are other local reparations, city and state, county reparations movements, but they're being attacked by people who are conservatives who are using equal protection suits. So Asheville, North Carolina, who was successful after their study is being sued by conservatives because of equal protection laws. I finally want to, but the way to defeat that is disparate impact. So that is a way in which to defeat that. The last thing I want to say, and I will add it to the list, but I want to say it troubles me today. 9:30 in the morning, I will be signing an affidavit to a plaintiff, right, who was called a nigger. The exact phrase was, give the nigger his money right here in Co-op City, right? Right here in Co-op City, the words were uttered, give the nigger his money. And I will be, and it's interesting that in these very rooms, right, and that board member still is on the board, and so it's a great place to deal with home, right, and to fix that. But if y'all want to ignore it, then we can't get the rest of the work done. 9:30 in the morning, I will be signing affidavit. Thank you so much.
Mr. Marbury. Okay, now back to our virtual joiners. Rashida Smith Wiltshire, Sheba Sampson Amsterdam, Lanessa Chaplin. Rashida Smith Wiltshire, Sheba Sampson Amsterdam, and Lanessa Chaplin. Okay. All right. Next up in the room, Paris Green, Andy King, and Kenise Crosby, in that order. Paris Green, Andy King, and Kenise Crosby. Can you please repeat your name, please?
My name is Paris Green. Okay. Reparations for U.S. chattel slavery and its remnants is a debt owed to Black Americans. Banks, insurance companies, corporations, colleges, Wall Street, and the infrastructure of New York continues to profit from the stolen wealth and labor of enslaved Americans. It made New York the economic empire it is today. Reparative justice in the form of direct cash payments is owed to the descendants whose lineage can be traced through genealogy to their enslaved ancestors in this country. There should be no pushback nor lectures about financial literacy against us. Wealth was stolen, it must be paid in full. Immigrants and their descendants are owed nothing from New York, let alone this country. They were not subjected to the multi-generational harms of redlining, de facto segregation, urban renewal, the war on drugs, mass incarceration, and gentrification because they do not descend from the people who were subjected to its foundation, U.S. chattel slavery. But like a wolf in sheep's clothing, New York officials created this task force under an African descent framework to enrich immigrants and their descendants. This is a new form of state-sanctioned harm against Black Americans. However, this is not unique to just New York. There are other states and cities currently working on African reparations in this country, like it's a nationwide project to hinder any achievement for the real descendants. African descent is not only a broad eligibility, it's the wrong eligibility. Black Americans are ethnically American. America is our homeland, and we will be the only ones repaired here for the enslavement of our ancestors. Lineage-based reparations is the only way forward. It is historically accurate, doesn't violate the 14th Amendment's clause, and clearly defines who is owed. Everybody, including the Supreme Court, knows this. So why is this task force complicit in harming us simply because you were commissioned to do so? The only thing this task force needs to recommend as a remedy in the final report is a modified bill. You don't need more time. You don't need $5 million for God knows what. There are countless studies on us already. Pick one. So we don't need a study bill. We need an action bill with direct cash payments on the top.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Mr. King, can you please repeat your name?
Andy King and everything she said. Thank you to the commission and to Man on Fire, Larry Seabrook. God bless you for those strong words, all right now? All right. Well, at the end of the day, the commission's been put together to do something. And we're hoping that we're able to do something. Hope we get some suggestions that can actually move the needle forward. Like Sister Garrett, in the council, we put commissions, we put committees together for stuff that we already truly know. Many of the people in this room, my family's from the South, Alabama and Georgia. I remember those summers having to go and pick corn and all this stuff and chuck all the peas that we had to do and put all the peaches in the jar and all that nonsense. And the only light we had was from the moon and the stars on any given night. So I get the reality of being black in America, as so many of us do. But we have a commission that's here today to say we got to do something. So as you move around, I'm asking for that action plan, because the action plan is about us getting money back from all of the land that was stolen from us, all the hanging. I had a great uncle who went to the army to serve this country. You only get hung, as my grandma said, by these crackers who hung him. And so this is a hard reality that I'm familiar with when it comes to white and black experience. And nobody in government should be ever denying the black experience. If you are in government, you know what blacks have gone through in this country. And if you don't, you're in the wrong field of service. So I'm asking this commission to act swiftly. Why? Because after the 1988 civil liberties in 1988, the Japanese were given $20,000 each for those of them who went after World War II. There was an Indian commission for $1.3 billion that the United States gave to every Indian who survived from all the atrocities that the Indian went through. So why is it that it's taken for black folks? And to all my brothers in here and sisters, don't be soft on somebody else when they talk about us. We are our worst enemy sometimes because we defend what we've been put in our brain to tell our brothers and sisters to hold us back ourselves. So I'm asking us all to free ourselves of the Negro mentality, and if we're going to stand up and be black, let's stand up and be black. All right, and we got to do it not for me, but for these young people who are admiring us, the young people who got to come after us, the one who don't know that about what happened in the 1940s, those who don't know what happened in 1822, because in 1992, the same stuff was happening to us. So for being black in America is being strong, and I end with this. Another suggestion I'd like to offer to you. When I was in the council, I was able to get a resolution passed declaring March 5th as 3/5 Clause Awareness Day. The goal of that was that, and I also was able to establish, calling on Congress to establish a 28th Amendment saying that the black in America is 100% whole. Why? Because all of the rules of engagement was designed to oppress us, and if you don't see the black man as a whole person, people come from different countries and disrespect us because America says so. So we got to stand up for black, and I'm asking you to take a hold of that amendment, push the federal government to stand up and find the money, because I don't know where you're going to get the money, but if there's some money in the kitty somewhere, let's make sure we get it to all of us who are naturally the foundational black. Not someone who showed up 2 months ago, not someone who showed up 3 years ago, but our lineage to show that we went through the struggle, through enslavement, through the slave trade, and understand that Jesus got our back, but through Jesus, we're going to get through this. God bless and be well. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. King. Ms. Crosby.
Hello, my name is Kenise. I'm Sergeant at Arms in the Bronx Youth Empowerment Program, and my question is, what will African Americans benefit from reparations?
The commission, what will we benefit? The goal is, first of all, we're looking at New Yorkers, but we want you to tell us what you believe the benefits will be. And that's what this is here. It's not about just us providing those ideas. We certainly all have opinions, but certainly we want to hear from you. Tonight is to hear from you what you believe the solutions are, the benefits would be. So this is your opportunity. You'll hear from us in the report, but we are grateful for your question.
She wanted to ask a question, but as the young lady said back here, our young people don't understand what reparations truly are. So our question to you as a commission is, can you educate her on what this actually is?
Absolutely. So first of all, I just want to say that our work, because we all have different answers on what reparations are, and so I want to be careful of that, because right now we represent the body. And so the body has to establish the definition for reparations, and we have not done that as a body. Now, as opinions in our own, we all have definitions that we all live by for reparations. And so, but as a body, we have not established that. Can you understand that? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
I understand.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that. We certainly know what reparations means, but as a body, we have not defined that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby.
And we're grateful that our young people are here and speaking and sharing your ideas and solutions and asking questions, and you should ask questions. And as we provide the report, that definition will be in the report.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. And it is really great to see young people here today. Next up is Lorraine Petty? No. Chantel Williams, Jorge Sierra, Tanessa Grant, virtual.
Was your name just called? Oh, you can come on up.
Oh,
You're here. Thank you for
you're here.
being
Okay.
here. Thank you for being here. If you're here and we called your name, we may have thought that you were going to sign up online, but if you're here and we just called your name, please come to the mic.
So let me repeat. Is Chantel Williams here? Oh, you're here too. Awesome. So you're before Jorge. Okay. So it will be in this order: Chantel Williams, Jorge Sierra, and Tanisha Grant, if she's here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please repeat your name for us.
Of course. Good evening, members of the New York State Reparations Commission. My name is Chantel Williams, and I represent the New York Civil Liberties Union. As someone who has worked in the Bronx District Attorney's Office, Rikers Island Unit, and now within the Racial Justice Center of the New York Civil Liberties Union, I have seen the brutal effects of the criminal legal system, specifically in the Bronx, firsthand, particularly in the way that they treat the people on Rikers Island, which is within the jurisdiction of the Bronx. I can tell you, Rikers Island is not merely a jail. It stands as a monument to centuries of racial oppression. It was named after Richard Riker, a slave owner and a judge who wielded the law to control Black bodies, and it continues to wreak havoc on the Black community in the Bronx till this day. If you want to understand the current state of Rikers Island, simply look at the history of the law in New York, specifically the criminal law. In 1702, New York introduced its first slave code to control Black people. They could not gather in groups, testify in court, or defend themselves. By 1712, the code was expanded, sentencing enslaved Africans to death for any acts of resistance. In 1865, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, but it allowed involuntary servitude as punishment of a crime. Now, this clause set the stage of the evolution of our slave codes to the criminal laws that we see today. For example, in 1874, New York changed its constitution to take away the rights of all individuals convicted of an infamous crime. As more Black people were criminalized, the expansion of the jail system began. The horrors that we see today on Rikers Island are not accidents. They are a direct result of policies and laws that date back to the era of slavery. Khalif Broder, a 16-year-old from the Bronx, spent 3 years on Rikers Island without ever having been convicted of a crime. 700 of those days were in solitary confinement. It serves as a brutal reminder that the system is functioning exactly as it was designed to. Rikers is a whorehouse of abuse and neglect, where feces flow from toilets, people are sleeping on floors without bedding, and many go unfed and without basic medical care. I can tell you, the violence and deprivations I personally witnessed on Rikers Island were not simply failures of policy, they were the continuation of century-old system of racial control. The police are not over-policing Black neighborhoods. They are enforcing a system of racial subjugation that they've been trained to uphold. The war on drugs, stop and frisk, broken windows policing were not accidents. In the Bronx, Black people were admitted to jail at a rate 8.9 times of their white counterparts. And I'll end here. Reparations must be a comprehensive plan to repair the damage done by slavery, subjugation, as well as mass incarceration. Thank you.
You can send the rest of your testimony to the website, or if you want to call tonight, you can call and provide that. But certainly if you want to scan it or take a picture and send that to us via email, we certainly want it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Jorge, can you repeat your name, please?
Hello. I actually go by George. My name is George Sierra. My name is Jorge, Eaton Commissioner. I do want to thank the Commission for coming to my community for a hearing. If you pay attention to exit polling in the 2024 election, you see what I look like, you're probably going to figure out that's a 50-50 coin flip, what I'm going to say, maybe less than that. I think this Commission's creation is a travesty and a tragedy. Reparations conjures ideas, give money to people because of the race of dead people that violates basic principles of fairness. Reparations conjures the idea.
So I'm sorry,
people
and we're going to reset your time. We're going to reset your time. But once again, the chair said at the beginning of this period that we are going to allow all individuals to express their views in a respectful manner. So even if we disagree, we're going to give that time for the individual to express their views. So please reset the time, and you may continue.
I will. Reparations conjures the idea as well, give money to people as a lump sum that is either a temporary drop in the bucket that ends and problems remain, or that creates a repeat cycle of dependence that does nothing to feed the soul. Now, let me tell you something a little bit less boilerplate, because I know what I just said is boilerplate. I've heard today, because I did start hearing online, from academic experts, elected officials, my peers and elders. I believe in you, a little. I heard about events in the 1960s and 1910s, and an actual reparation to consider those events as well. And I heard, it's very clear to me, that my elected officials are not waiting for this commission to complete its work before coming up with solutions. In my family, there's something of a debate on whether I'm an American or Puerto Rican in heritage. That is, whether what I would come to be, how I identify, will be based on what world I was born in, or based on the world of my parents and grandparents, which is the most important thing. This is a cultural values question. Do dead people matter? Which dead people matter? For reparations to occur, the government has to choose which value to uphold. And I am not at all sure that that is something that the government should be doing. I am not sure that the government should be picking winners and losers based on cultural norms that are not universally held. I have some concern as to if it's about money being given to people, that it will come from taxes. Very quickly, I just did my taxes every year. My US taxes, okay, fine. My state taxes, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. You nickel and dime me to death. The commission has asked members of the public to comment on providing for solutions. Good evening, commission. No. I believe that commission is fatally flawed and should not exist. I believe that you should disband without writing a report. We have in our government Black and African American communities caucuses in our city council and legislators. The legislative that I've expressed are not waiting. I believe that they can come to decent solutions as to what ails the communities in the state. Reparations are unconstitutional, insufficient, politically incorrect, and completely divorced from the question on how to heal, how to help people, and how to have the best interests met. Good evening, Commissioner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sierra. Next up is Ms. Tanisha Grant in the space. Tanisha
Hello.
Grant?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Tanisha Grant?
Tanisha Grant, can you
Is
hear
she
me?
online?
I'm online.
Okay, awesome.
Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Hello. Can you hear
Ms.
me?
Grant, if you're ready, can you repeat your name for us, please?
Can you hear me, Tanisha Grant? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Hello. My name is Tanisha Grant. I
Can you
am the
please unmute your mic?
My mic is
She's
it's
talking.
unmuted. It's unmuted.
Ms. Grant,
My
can you
mic is
unmute your
unmuted.
mic? Oh, okay.
Tech
My
team, is
mic
there
is
something
unmuted,
that
ma'am.
we need to do to, no?
Yes, it's you.
So could the team continue to work to get that going while we go on to the next speaker?
Okay, so we will go back to the ones who are in the room. If Miss Aisha Smith is here, Francine Jones, and Annette Wilcox, I'm sorry. Annette Wilcox, in that order. Aisha Smith, Francine Jones, and Miss Annette Wilcox.
Okay.
Ms. Smith, could you repeat your name, please?
Aisha Smith.
Thank you.
I'm from Brooklyn. Let's get straight to the point. Reparations process is the rightful descendants of enslaved people appears stagnated under the current task force, chaotic and unfocused approach. It is imperative that we shift gears and adopt a more intentional and strategic plan. Our mission is clear. We demand lineage-based reparations exclusively for Black American descendants who can trace their ancestry back to the 1865 census records. Now, I'm sorry, but I want to clarify that I mean no disrespect to those who spoke earlier about Caribbean and African descendants. However, I think that they shouldn't be included in the reparations discussion since their parents chose to come here, okay? They should pursue their own claims for the challenges they have faced with CARICOM that we are not a part of. All right, let me say this. Direct cash payments for Black American descendants must begin like within 24 hours in my bank account. All right, yeah. Yeah, cut the bag, I want the bag. Cut the check, that's what we say, young people today. Give us the bag, and don't tell us how we should spend our money, it's not your business. If I wanna buy something for myself, as I should, my descendants paved the way. I am a proud descendant of Nat Turner, so I'm gonna spend how I'm gonna spend it. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Hi, Ms. Jones. Can you repeat your name when you get to the mic, please?
My name is Francine Jones, and I'm glad to be here, and I'm really pleased that this, thank you for the New York State Community Commission on Reparations for doing the great job, important job that you're doing. And approximately 10 years ago, there was a Pan-African group that was doing the same thing right here in this room, but that was a national thing. But I thank you again. I just want to go back a little bit and tell you that I was raised in Brooklyn by a single parent, and I went to a Brooklyn elementary school. And the teachers there were, they really degraded young people, Black people, telling them that there was nothing that Black folks had done in history to advance our civilization. And you know, as a kid, I didn't know any different. And I felt so bad about that for many, many years until I came across people like Dr. Daniels, like Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, and I went to Africa. I learned my history, and we built the pyramids. We are a great people. Black people are a great people that have accomplished so much in this world. And I applaud the young people that give guidance and directions to young people. They have youth groups like Andy King. I'm sorry he can't be here to hear me. And I think that is most important, the guidance and direction of our youth. And I think we need land, we need housing, and that's nothing new. That's something that you already probably have on your list for that Black folks need. So, I just want to thank you again. And, the young people need to be exposed to different things. So take them on trips, broaden their, their lives, their expectations. And, but I think some of the youth groups are doing that already. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Wilcox?
Hello, my name is Annette Wilcox. I'm a member of the U.S. Freedmen Project, and I'm calling on the New York Reparations Commission to do the following. One, since you say you want suggestions on policy, reestablish the Freedmen's Bureau in New York State. The Bureau should not only oversee any details regarding reparations, but also advocate for the social and economic interests of freedmen. And this is not unlike the New York State Office of New Americans. Number two, we recommend that the data in New York State be disaggregated for Black African-American communities. Recently, the New York State legislature signed bills to disaggregate data for the Asian American Pacific Islander community and the MENA community, the Middle East and North African community. This is because they know different ethnic groups have different outcomes. If it's important for those groups, it's important for Black Americans. We know that there are disparate differences between outcomes between Caribbeans and freedmen who are U.S. Descendants of slavery. In 2019, the poverty rate for Caribbeans was 19%. For freedmen, it was 11%. Home ownership is 45% for Caribbeans and 33% for freedmen. In New York State and New York City in 2023, there was a community interest report that found income for freedmen, those are the people who descend from chattel slavery. Their income was $66,000 versus $92,500 for the Caribbean population. So there are clear disparate differences in these communities, and it should be specifically addressed. There's a bill, A6341A, which has been submitted into New York State Legislature, which addresses this and should be supported. Finally, the Commission should formally recognize American freedmen, the descendants of persons enslaved in the U.S., as the eligible community for reparations. They claim that we don't know who we are. I'm holding the 1867 voter registration form of my ancestor, Archibald Mobley. The state reparations bill acknowledges that freedmen were trafficked and enslaved in the South, yet it seeks to disqualify us from any reparations in New York State based on slavery. Let's be clear, New York State and New York City's economies was built on the slavery of the South, the people who were in the South. New York slavery ended in 1827, but the slavery and the industrial slavery, I'll call it, in the South, which is what made this country the economic power it was in the South. Those people are the ones who deserve reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wilcox, before you leave, please, you introduced a term that we may not all be familiar with. You asked us, and thank you for your solutions sharing. Your number 2 was to create a database for disaggregation. Can you tell us what that means?
Well, there's been 2 bills that have been passed in the New York State Legislature. One is 6896, and I'm sorry that, let me see, I may have the other one. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it was passed this December 2024 for the Middle Eastern North African community, which calls for this New York State, all data collected in New York State, to be disaggregated by all of the groups in the AAPI community and all the groups in the Middle Eastern North African community. And those bills are being pushed by those communities because they recognize that someone from Vietnam, a Vietnam American's outcome is different than a Chinese American from a Indian American. In fact, Indian Americans have the highest income in this country at this point, but that doesn't apply to someone who's from Burma. So this disaggregation of data is being pushed by other communities for the reason of making sure that resources are getting to the right communities. When you don't do that, it's just a bucket of AAPI, could go to anybody in that community. So that's been done. Obviously, state legislators, the Black Caucus supported it, the Black, Puerto Rican, Asian, Hispanic Caucus supported it. So if they're supporting it for AAPI and MENA ethnic groups, they should do it for the Black African American groups.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lorraine Petty, Marie Lawrence, Dr. Selma Bartholomew. Lorraine Petty, Maria Lawrence, and Dr. Selma Bartholomew, virtually.
Are we ready online?
Others who have signed up or others who are in the room and still would like to provide testimony, I have my last person. Can you quickly, sir, sign up so that you can be next after her? Brooke,
But we do have some,
I need other sheets.
online is ready.
Okay, thank you. Is Brooke in the room? Hi, Brooke. So while we're waiting for the other sheets, you're on, Brooke.
Chair, you still have online that they figured out.
You do? What's your name? Please tell me your name. Yes, ma'am. So, I'm sorry, Brooke, let Ms. Dean go because she would have been the next person. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brooke.
All right.
Repeat your name for us, and can you spell it for us because we know it's not the usual spelling.
Brooke, it's Breuck. Thank you, and I'm from Brooklyn. Okay, I've said a lot at these hearings before, so a lot of things I don't feel like I need to say again. But I will say, it is deeply flawed and deeply disingenuous to equate the plight of my enslaved ancestors to the experience of undocumented individuals and illegals seeking work at places like Home Depot. Let us be clear, these are fundamentally different narratives. Illegals make a choice to leave their homes, pay exorbitant sums to coyotes or plane tickets, some risking their lives to live across borders without invitation from this country. Contrast this with the history of foundational Black Americans. Our ancestors were here already. That genealogists just testified that we've been here on this land for 10,000 years, and our other ancestors were trafficked here against their will. Both were stripped of their humanity and forced into systems of slavery that were perpetuated by the United States government across generations. They had no choice. Their children and their children's children were born into chains and could not escape. Though we experienced a Holocaust unlike any other group in the world, we fought here, we persevered here, we forced our oppressors to make change. We are here today to force repair. This is a legacy of pain and resilience that cannot be trivialized or compared to voluntary illegal migration. How can the melanated diaspora, whose lineage does not go back to the 1870 census, look themselves in the mirror and justify benefiting from a system their ancestors did not build, while joining with white supremacy against us? How can one emulate colonizers exploiting the very people who fought for justice and equality? In New York, we have lived side by side for decades. We embraced you. We fought for you. When the immigration process excluded Black immigrants, we fought for you. And yet the question remains, who fights for Black Americans? You come from nations where leaders conspire with white supremacy to exploit their own people. And now, some among you replicate that same betrayal here, becoming the very sellout leadership you fled. We see you. How can you align with the colonizers, attempting to stop our birthright? Legacy organizations, you have yet to cross the finish line after all these years. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting different results. It is time to stop the cycle of money wasting and ineffective strategies. This bill is unconstitutional. I have started an email writing campaign to reach out to each and every sponsor and co-sponsor to adapt a new bill that is lineage-based and constitutionally sound. We have told this commission, and now it's time to raise our voice. Please see it's bit.ly/reparationsnys to join the email writing letter campaign. And
Thank you, Ms. Brooke.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dean, are you ready? Ms. Kathy Dean.
Okay, super.
Ms. Dean, can you repeat your name
Yes.
when you get there?
Yes, my name is Kathy Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Okay, I have a new unfoldment regarding my lineage. I am a present-day direct New York State freedman descendant and a veteran of the global war on terrorism. I come before this commission to share a verified and powerful history about my ancestors. My great-great-great-grandfather, Hill Cherry Sr., and my great-great-grandfather, Hill Cherry Jr., alias Hill Gillum, both men served in the 14th Regiment of the United States Colored Heavy Artillery during the Civil War. Though they enlisted physically in North Carolina, their military service was credited to New York State. Hill Cherry Sr. was credited to the town of Henderson, Jefferson County, New York. Hill Cherry Jr. was credited to the town of Cazenovia-Hamilton, Madison County, New York. These were not incidental credits. Historical records show that New York, like other Union states, used a quota system to meet enlistment targets while avoiding drafting white citizens. To do this, the state credited Black soldiers, often from the South, to counties that gained the benefit of their service while offering no compensation. Cazenovia was a known abolitionist town that hosted an anti-slavery convention led by Frederick Douglass in 1850. Henderson was home to stops along the Underground Railroad. These towns outwardly supported the abolition of slavery, yet strategically credited Black troops like my ancestors to satisfy enlistment requirements. Neither Hill Cherry Sr. nor Hill Cherry Jr. received enlistment bounties. Their contributions were counted, but they were not paid or honored. New York State materially benefited from their service
Ms. Dean, I'm
without
gonna have to
extending
stop
to them
you.
benefits, rights, or recognition granted to their white enlistees. I'm almost finished. Let me be clear. This is not just a federal issue.
Ms. Dean, we just
New
want to
York
make sure that
State-
we honor the time, and you can provide this
I
testimony to us
certainly
written.
will. I certainly will.
And
I
so-
will email it to you now.
Thank you.
Where can I email it
So
to you?
ny.gov/reparations.
Is it on your website, dear?
Absolutely.
I certainly shall.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Ms.
you.
Dean.
We honor your
Appreciate
testimony.
that.
Sorry we didn't have more time.
Next up, we have Mashawn Baines, Donald Jones, Brenda Brown, Mashawn Baines, Donald Jones, and Brenda Brown, in that order, please.
Hello, my name is Michelle Baines, born and raised from the Bronx. I am ADOS and ADOX, American descendants of chattel slavery. Question is, one, who's on the task force that is ADOS, FBA, Black American, and Freeman, and is making decisions on our behalf? We have no faith in you guys, to be honest, and we talk about it because we want us to represent us and to make decisions for us. Two, the hate that keeps on giving, talk about eternal racism, which I made reports to Obama and to the Borough Bronx President's office. During the years, Latinos, non-Black Americans who show hate to us and discriminate against us on jobs, employment, and housing, and all of that. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Third, harm. Do no harm, but harm is continuing done to us today. ACS, CPS, and family court systems have capitalized and continue to capitalize on our Black American families. We got 3 minutes, that's why I'm rushing. Are targeted for cash. Agencies ran by melanated folks and I own today in 2025. I've had that fight most of my life, okay? Housing, Eric Adams spent $6.9 billion for housing for fucking immigrants, excuse my French. I've been to the homeless shelters within the last couple of days. Our people are still lingering in Franklin homeless shelters. That's a damn dump and a rat trap house. Sending them throughout the city to horrible conditions, not giving them housing. Where's the FEPS money? Where's the housing vouchers? Nothing for us as Black Americans. His ass need to go. And you need to vote for me when I run. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baines. Mr. Jones, can you repeat your name, sir?
Hi, I'm Donald Jones. Thank you, commissioners. My statement isn't really to the commission. My statement is to the public. And I just wanted to bring some information in regards to ISAGNY. Hopefully everybody is aware of ISAGNY here in this room. These are independent schools across New York City and the state of New York. They operate as feeder schools to Ivy League schools in the Northeastern Corridor, right? So, in particular, I want to point out Rye Day Country School, right? The head of school, his name is Randall Dunn. He is of Jamaican roots. The assistant head of school is Meredith D. Chambers. She is also of St. Croix roots, right? So we also have a Carrie Burke. Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We all familiar with DEI. She is also of Caribbean roots. The reason why I'm pointing this out is that there seems to be something going on, just not in New York State, but all throughout the Northeastern Corridor, where people that descended from American chattel slavery are being locked out of post-secondary education institutions, right? As I said, these schools are the feeder schools to Ivy League schools, right? So there's a woman here in the Bronx. Her name is LaToya Adams. She is also of Jamaican roots. She feeds the people that, quote unquote, that are supposed to represent the DEI that these schools accept. She's also of Jamaican roots. And so she goes throughout New York City and she finds these families who have these students to get into these schools, right? So not just with this administration, with this school, but if you would go to all of these schools like Horace Mann, Spence, Manhattan Country School as well, you would find the people that look like us, that are of dark skin, that is the scientific term, they are all of Caribbean roots. None of us are represented there, the people that are descendants of American slavery. We're not represented there at all. So also, Lonnie Grenier and Dr. Henry Louis Gates pointed this out, that the representatives of us in the Ivy League schools has decreased, but the numbers of these people that are that's from the Caribbeans have increased. But
Thank
I
you,
just
Mr.
wanted to
Jones.
bring this information and let everybody know.
Thank you.
Now, black men, the descendant from slavery, post-secondary educational institution, we only represent 19%.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. If you could
In
submit your
years,
testimony to us,
we won't
we'd
even be
appreciate
there.
it.
Not
Thank you so
even in the
much.
junior colleges.
Thank you very much.
We just want to let you all know we're going to switch the slide, but the public hearing section will close in 30 minutes. So if you have not had an opportunity to sign up, please sign up now, but the public hearing section will close in 30 minutes.
Ms. Brown, can you repeat your name for us, please?
Good evening. My name is Brenda Brown. I'm just here to share information. Tonight has been very good. I enjoyed everything. Back in February of 2024, I attended a Black History Month event that was hosted by Comptroller Brad Lander. It was called The Cost of Discrimination. And at that panel hearing, they discussed housing, education, employment, health to Black persons, women, and persons of color. And what was interesting to me, and I want to share with you, is the amount of money to give you an idea of what you should ask for and where you should start. Okay? To me, reparations is acknowledging and repairing the harm. So under reparations discrimination, they said the cost per each person would be approximately $277,000 plus compound interest. They also said that to repair the harm and reinvest in Black people, the generational present-day value is approximately $20 trillion. So I just want to say that we just want what's ours, to give us what is ours. And some of the suggestions would be a reparation fund, like they have the 9/11 fund. You have to work out the details as it relates to housing, education, employment, and health. That there should be, and these are just suggestions, no interest loans for home ownership. We want our fair share and retro share. No tuition at CUNY and SUNY schools. And that in some areas, the taxes should be lowered. I know they talked about Brooklyn, and they said that Brooklyn was paying less taxes compared to Harlem and the Bronx. So address that area. And to the commission, Just make it real. Practice good faith efforts to us. Just bring us the truth to power and leave the politics on the side. Just do the right thing. We'll support you. Just do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you so much. To those who registered, thank you, Ms. Brown. To those who remain on our list of registered via online to give testimony, we apologize because we are having technical difficulties and we are unable to bring the rest of those who have registered onto our public hearing tonight. We do encourage you, if you would, the prepared testimonies that you had, please submit them to the commission and they will be included. Thank you very much, and we do apologize. Next up is Mr. Cash Gaines. Kiani Desan, sorry. And Divine Prince. He's here.
Peace Commission, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Cash Gaines, spelled with a K. Funny name for a reparationist, I know. You get that a lot, Cash Gaines. Reparations was a reparations is for a multi-generational harm that was economic. So that's why we always shout out direct cash payments. We're not here to discuss unemployment rates or like someone said earlier, sitting out front of Home Depot. We're talking about 246 years of unpaid wages plus ongoing economic disadvantages. Dr. Daniels, in the previous meeting that I was at, not the one in Buffalo, but before that, he mentioned that there's an Oregon bill that actually speaks to direct cash payments. It's 1 page long, and it says anyone who can prove that they have one ancestor who was enslaved in America, who's 18 years of age or older, is owed $123,000 a year in lifetime payments tax-free. Like how Holocaust survivors get lifetime payments currently. Now, I just put that bill into ChatGPT because, AI exists nowadays. It said that the cost of living in New York would make that bill would say $160,000 per person per year for lifetime payments. I argue that lifetime payment needs to be multi-generational since our harm was. So I would advocate for $8,000 a month per Black American in the state of New York for 400 years. That means you pass down that payout to your ancestors' ancestors. If that's how long it took for them to harm us, it's gonna cost that much to solve it on the back end. An OG who came to the last task force as well, he mentioned funding sources. I become a little uncomfortable when I feel like they harmed us, but we gotta tell them where to find the money from. But let me be for real for a second. If we don't tell people where we want the money to come from, they will tell us. And in the case of Washington, D.C.'s bill, B250152, it was suggested that the reparations fund and cash payouts come from sales tax and DMV fees, which are levied disproportionately against Black Americans. We're not gonna be taxed to pay our own reparations, so we're gonna tell the government where the money can come from. If you win the lottery in New York State, 45% of that goes towards taxes immediately. So we argue that Black Americans should have 45% of that 45 set aside for us. That would be $1.2 billion for fiscal year 2023 from the 3.6 that they generated from the lottery, which was created by Black Americans, right? The marijuana taxes, they generated 161 million. People in the crowd talking about they don't want it coming out of their taxes. The marijuana tax is an opt-in. It doesn't come out of everyone's taxes. You choose to walk into a dispensary and spend your money, right? Same thing with the lottery. You choose to spend your money. So we don't gotta worry about Jorge's issues with where the taxes come from, because they don't come from everybody. One more funding source I'll mention, and I'll pass Mike. I mentioned the lottery, I mentioned the marijuana tax. I wanted to mention the lease and sale of any housing over $1 million, a portion of that going into it, which Evanston is trying to set a forefront for, because that actually poetically addresses white flight. But my last point is that Clyburn has suggested 1/10 of the financial transactions as a tax. And I would love to see that happen in New York first, since we have Wall Street here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines.
Mr. Gaines, can you send the rest of your testimony to the website at ny.gov/reparations? We thank you all for your solutions. Yes.
Thank you. Can you repeat your name for us, please?
My name is Kiana Desade. I'm a 21-year-old student, healthcare worker, youth advocate, and author from Queens. I'm here on behalf of the organization Get Free, a youth-led movement to repair past harm, and my own organization, the Healthcare Guardians, which aims to fight for universal healthcare. I'm here today because of the eyesore and stain that racism has left on the hearts of our community. Currently now, we are under attack against the Trump administration, and as a result of this, I'm advocating for the enactment of a repair mandate to help New York City be a beacon of light for removing ongoing barriers to equality, restoring dignity, freedom, and rights to all those wrong under racial, gender, and economic inequality, returning wealth and land that has been stolen by the rich corporations and the 1%. I speak for all young people, whether they are here to face you today or whether they are at home, that we want a future where we're able to afford a home, a future where we're able to walk our streets unafraid, to have access to higher education, to live unashamed of who we are and our background. My idea of reparations is not founded upon money or claims to an ancestor. It's founded upon wanting to remove barriers to higher education and to restore racial and gender justice to our communities. Despite some of the opinions of the people here, all of our blood and inequalities run back to one source, and that is the rich and the wealthy. To everyone here, do not let pride, ignorance, and bitterness be your own undoing of the success and oneness of all Black people. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Mr. Prince.
Just want to remind you that the public hearing section will close in 20 minutes. So if you have not signed up for testimony, please do.
All right, so before y'all start my time, I just wanted to show my relic. This is my grandmother who migrated from North Carolina, and Jorge has left, but the government has never had to tell us who's dead, who's alive. That matters, we do. That's right. And I'm glad you guys let him speak because he was a testament to how the Black and Brown Coalition does not exist.
Can you share your name, your full name, please?
I am.
Thank you.
My name is Divine Prince. I'm the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project, and even though I'm a Brooklyn boy, this is sort of a homecoming because my parents met right here in Co-op City. My grandmother migrated from Wilmington, North Carolina, and moved into 140 Alcott, lived there, and passed away at 140 Benchley. She was affectionately known throughout Co-op City as Mother Love. All right now, she preached that love, God, and education, and she was a flea market connoisseur. Because of her faith and Christian beliefs, she also taught me to never be afraid to speak truth to power while not forcing our beliefs on anyone else. That's a legacy I hope to hold true to tonight and make her proud. As we know, the definition of African American is anyone with melanin and any ancestry that links back to the continent of Africa, regardless of country of origin. Equally as destructive, ethnocidal, and counterproductive, though, is the term of African descent. That term being applied in modern day politics is largely a result of having the religion of Pan-Africanism in control of Black American politics. It naturally takes a worldview due to its belief that we're all just displaced Africans. It naturally takes a worldview due to its belief that we're all displaced Africans, regardless of the ethnogenesis that occurred and the culture and identity that evolved after over a century of amalgamation. What this religion also does while preaching unity is disregards the generation of tribalism that is ingrained into the numerous tribes on the continent. Right now, there's a movement growing in Ghana that views Black Americans that are purchasing land through the TBH Diaspora Center to build with their brothers and sisters as colonizers, while calling for violence against them. And you have the South Africans that just found out about the Zulu parade in New Orleans, calling Black Americans dirty cotton pickers, while vowing to leave us behind. See, Pan-Africanism as a theory is a great idea, but it's never been practiced in mass on the continent for which it is named, and continental Africans rarely see camaraderie with those that are not of their tribe. Similarly, here in the USA, many Black Americans don't feel a connection to the continent of Africa at all, and historically have not left the country we built for Pan-African motherland. With this in mind, having reparations forced through the lens and beliefs of these modern-day Pan-African gatekeepers, it's immoral, unjust, and unconstitutional. An earlier iteration of this bill that we had to get thrown out had 3 Pan-African orgs all affiliated with Commissioner Ron Daniels, written into the bill, giving them full control of that task force. One of his beliefs is that reparations should be moving to Africa. This is an individual choice that any Black American can make for themselves. Forcing that to be reparations for Black Americans while forcing a changing demographic onto those local tribes in whichever country gets selected has the potential for disaster. The 5 pillars of reparations are compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, guarantees of non-repetition, and satisfaction, where satisfaction is listening to the harmed party, having them tell you what satisfies our claim.
Thank you, Mr. Prince.
The harmed party are those Black American families who survived
Thank you,
slavery,
Mr. Prince.
beat the Confederates in the Civil War, and forced this country to recognize our emancipation with the status of freedmen. Are you finally going to listen to us, the harmed group, or are you going to appease to the gatekeepers?
This is the final call for registrants. We have 2 more registered people who would like to speak, and that is Frederick Newsom and Takara Bay. Frederick Newsom and Takara Bay.
May I speak?
Yes.
May I
Can you
speak?
repeat your
Yes, my
name,
name
sir?
is Frederick Newsom. Thank you very much for being here and for having this forum. My affiliation is in COBRA for more than 20 years. NACP, the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, which you may know about. But we don't know our rights. As a part of our destruction and the attack on us is not to know our rights. Like Harriet Tubman said, I would have taken many more out of slavery if they had known they were slaves. The brutality, the child abuse, and I think of the whole system as a state and federal government system of child abuse. And when I hear about today somebody going to jail for endangering the welfare of a child, for sexual abuse, it gives me nausea, because that was the foundation of this so-called republic. But one injury, of course, reparations is based upon the identification of injuries. One injury which we totally ignore, which we should not ignore, and it's by design. It's by design. Every child and young person and adult who was kidnapped and who was able to talk spoke a language. The eradication of the languages of people is a high crime against humanity. You just think about eradicating the French language. Just think about eradicating the German language. Who or what would they be? We have been conditioned to devalue completely the equivalent, the tantamount of the murder of our mother and father. Now, that injury, which is passed from generation to generation, should not be overlooked. The remedy for that, it's a lot of money. It didn't happen overnight. It won't be rectified overnight. We can be the deciders, but we should not forget that grave injury. The whippings, the hangings, the burnings, the unpaid labor are important, but the eradication of the languages of people, which everybody who was old enough to talk spoke, is a high crime against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom. Ms. Bell.
Good evening, Commission. I am Takara L. Bay, and I am the founder of Reparations for Indigenous People, which is a faith-based community organization that was started in 2014 in Brooklyn, New York. I want to give honor to my ancestors, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. I am of the Yazoo lineage, which is a tribe that was at what's known as now Mississippi, and my grandmother was a prisoner of war, AKA a slave. When it comes to solutions, I feel that we should tax the commercial properties and that these high-risers that are going up have the opportunity to restore us as a people by paying us taxes from their profits that they make. The fact that we are all coming together and talking about solutions is showing me that we have hope. So even though we have challenges in front of us, I want to encourage people to look at the solutions and to focus on on the solutions and don't get so caught up in your emotions over the harm that has been done, because we are still standing. We are still here. That means that we have the opportunity to make things better together, and we have to work together. We got to put our personal stuff to the side. We have to take accountability for our own emotions. We cannot be blaming everybody for everything. So I'm glad that we're together. I'm glad that Kate signed this law into legislation for the state of New York. I want to see it all over the country, and I'm looking forward to the progress of our nation and of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. Finally, we have Bridget Bonaparte, Karen Blanchett, and Rashawn Izu, in that order.
Okay.
Can you repeat your name, Ms. Bonaparte, please?
Yes, my name is Bridget Bonaparte, and I really didn't have anything prepared, but I definitely want to say that I've heard a lot of good things tonight. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for the council for putting this, the commission for putting this meeting together. I think it's really important. I also feel like it's important to define what reparations looks like. I think the young lady came up and she said she didn't know what reparations was. And so I understand that, I think her name is Dr. Hawkins, she's not here now. She stated that the council hasn't really defined what reparations is and what it looks like. I heard a lot of things about school education, genealogy, lineage, and it's all correct. Our people have endured some of the greatest atrocities and Holocaust, if you will. And when you think about it as a Holocaust, and you see like other nations that have come here and have been afforded certain rights, I feel like we should be afforded the same right. I look at the Jewish people, how they were given statehood, and I feel like that's something that's being left out of the conversation. It's really important that, you know, we look at it not just like giving us money, but we need standing. We need political standing. So statehood is something that we could look at. I feel like that is important because regardless of all the money that you give us, you throw at us, we spend it, we build up our empire. We look at, you know, what was done to our ancestors. And first and foremost, I am standing here representing my ancestors. That's why I can say that it is important for us to look at it and establish statehood, because without it, we are stateless people. So you could throw all the money at us that you want to, but that's something that must be addressed, because wherever you go, laws are being done, laws are being made and given other nations, people that come here, certain privileges, but this is our home, this is our land. We have been here before anybody else came here. And yet, to give us statehood or to look at us as not being stateless, that would be a whole different dynamic, but I believe that it's a conversation worth having. I believe that we're strong people. I believe that our ancestors are with us, and we can get it done.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bonaparte.
I have a question. Are you guys not calling people who signed up online to speak?
So I was just about to speak to them over there because I was told that everyone declined. What is your name, ma'am?
Keisha Forrester, Thorough Black Talk Worldview.
Yes, she's here. She's right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just call all the names that remain on the list, just in case they're in the room, because we don't want to overlook anyone. My apologies.
It's okay.
Ms. Forrester, please.
As a Black American descendant of slavery, we demand reparations in the form of substantial cash payments and full income tax exemption. Why do we demand that? Because it is our ancestors that built this land. New York or the United States would not exist without us. My great-great-great uncle fought for your freedom in the Civil War. If it wasn't for those black men and women who fought for the Union soldiers, the U.S. would not be. We sit in a room where you have light bulbs, where you have doors, where you have elevators in the building, all created by foundational black Americans. No matter what country you attend, you see stoplights. We created that. You couldn't even wipe yourself or take a dump on the toilet without foundational black Americans. A lot of us are here wearing glasses. Thank you to foundational black Americans. All of us who in here who own property or businesses and you have an alarm on it, thank foundational black Americans for that. GPS, as my sister said in the back, and still this nation profits from those great science minds. We, the descendants, demand what they are owed. And if you don't give it to us, we will take it. You, as citizens in this state and in this country, have a right to delineate yourselves from the Pan-Africanist movement. You also have a right to delineate yourselves from the Democrat and Republican parties. Re-register as an independent, non-party affiliate. We will take control of these local offices and take our reparations. It is that simple. I say to the commission, I thank you for the work that you are doing. A lot of you don't even know that you're being set up. This law is designed to fail. Even Justice Clarence Thomas said that he will be happy to sign a bill as long as it is lineage-based. You cannot make it broad-based because then you'll have people like the dude who came in here and said no, but he'll have his hand out once checks are handed out. So we're not playing this game, and I'm tired of the disrespect of local politicians and federal politicians grandfather clausing every other ethnic group onto our suffering and let them benefit. I come from strategic, legal mind tutelage from the great attorney Alton H. Maddox, and I know Dr. Ron Daniels understand what I'm saying. I'm not here to play games with Kathy Hochul or the Democratic Party. In fact, they should make sure it happened because it was the Democratic Party that put us in slavery in the first place, starting from Martin Van Buren, the eighth president, who helped his buddy, Jackson, get into office and then take more from us. Then
Thank
take
you
more
so
from
much,
us.
Ms.
Taking what's
Forrester.
rightfully ours.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Ms. Forrester. Just to tell our tech team, virtual attendees have not been able to hear anything since Ms. Tanisha Grant spoke, and that's been some time. I apologize. They have not been able to hear virtually since Ms. Grant. Karen Blanchett, is that you?
No, Rayshawn Izu.
Rashawn Izu.
Yes.
We'll have the tech team check it out, because we can't control the tech here, but we do apologize to everyone, and we'll have a strategy for fixing this for next time, but we apologize. But we honor the folks that are here, and thank you for being here.
So good evening to the audience members. My name is Rayshawn Izu, and I stand before you not just as a concerned citizen, but a native New Yorker and a descendant of Black Americans whose lineage traces back to the horrors of American chattel slavery, those classified culturally as foundational Black Americans and legally as freedmen. Tonight, I urge the committee to confront the truth with both courage and clarity, that cash reparations, direct lineage-based reparation for the descendants of enslaved Black Americans are not only justified, but overdue. Anything less is an intentional distortion of justice and it's intentional sabotage. The 14th Amendment was designed in part to address the legal status of formerly enslaved people, freedmen, granting them citizenship only. But let us not forget, citizenship without repair is a hollow gesture. This amendment did not erase the economic, social, and generational devastation inflicted by slavery. Instead, Black Americans were left to navigate a society built on their exploitation, facing Black codes, Jim Crow laws, redlining, convict leasing, and systemic exclusion that persisted well into the 20th and 21st centuries, and today, right now. Other groups have received reparations. As one of my sisters said, the overseers received reparations for the loss of their property. Japanese Americans, in turn, during World War II, received formal apologies and cash payments, and they were the descendants of, they wasn't directly affected. Jewish Holocaust survivors received restitution from Germany. Pardon me. 9/11 victims in New York were compensated. The US government has precedent to give cash reparations. These were not broad gestures, they were targeted efforts tied to specific acts of harm against identifiable specific groups. Yet when it comes to the descendants of enslaved Black Americans, there's always hesitation. Worse, there's a talk of blanket reparations, proposals that lump all Black Americans together regardless of lineage, effectively erasing the specific harms endured by those whose ancestors were enslaved here. That is not reparations, that is sabotage. That is the erasure of a unique debt owed. We are not asking for charity, as our friend said ever so kindly before. We are demanding justice, and justice requires specificity. It requires direct payments to the descendants of those who were enslaved, exploited, and left behind, so that we, their heirs, can begin to rebuild what was intentionally destroyed, and anything else is a continuation of that harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zuzuri. And finally, Ms. Blanchett, can you repeat your full name for us, please?
My name is Karen Blanchett. I just have a couple of things. One of the things that I would like to clarify is that reparations is cash payments. You could use your cash to go to school, you could buy a house, but it's cash payments. There's no other consideration. It's also lineage-based. The other Black people who came here were not harmed by slavery. They did not have labor where they weren't paid. You know, okay, they were discriminated in housing. That's their problem. That's a whole other conversation. And one of the things that I wish that this commission would consider is Dr. Claude Anderson, who also already dealt with all of these things. One of his templates is that he said we should use the Native American template. The things that they were given are pretty much the same things that we should be given. Not we, but foundational Black Americans should be given. And the difference is that the chattel slavery changes the whole thing. You can't base this on anybody else. It changes the whole picture because there's no one else who has gone through chattel slavery the way that American Blacks have gone through. And that's pretty much, and where you get the money from, the same place that New York State got it to give the immigrants, we can get it from that same place.
Thank you, Ms. Blanchett. This brings to a close our public hearing.
Because of the confusion, can you just run through those names that were online that you mentioned, just to make sure we don't miss out on anything?
Absolutely. Last call for those who were on this list. Linda Roots. Rashani Zoo. That was you. You just spoke. Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Marjorie Hanna. Marilyn Garcia, that was you, right? Yes. Thank you, our first speaker. Samuel Williams. And that is it.
Thank you.
Thank you. This brings to an end.
They could hear us online.
So for clarity, their volume, their audio was restored online. However, the visual was not. So they were not able to see, but they were able to hear.
They could hear and see, my understanding.
Conflicting reports. But we do apologize, and we will continue to work to perfect it as we continue to meet. The public hearing has now come to an end. Thank you all for being here. We're going to go into our business meeting now.
we
You are
take a
free to
5-minute
stay.
break?
We're going to take a 5-minute break, and the commissioners will come back.
Oh, goodness.
Hello.
Take your lick.
Yes.
Stewart. I'm going to be talking to you on, what is this,
Robert's Rules of Order, yeah, well, we got,
Deborah, thank
we got some help for you. We play that all day long.
I do have to run to the bathroom.
I do too. So,
How are you? I'm free.
this, you
But
got.
you just came from all kinds of war flags.
I did, but still, we shouldn't be, I think they asked for the office closed. I wouldn't do it. And I gotta have, you know how it is, you have the coat when I go outside, I need to go.
So anyway, welcome aboard. We need you to. Why did you say that?
Well, I'm just thinking, to be able to do this.
And, just the mechanization of, putting the administration. They have been. Oh, yes.
I met him.
So I just. So that way the communication.
That's helping us communicate with you.
Yes. And they really are our home base.
That's what pages.
Yes, yes. So there are. Yes.
Yeah, they seem to be very, very.
Where we can get some dinner from over here.
We're gonna stay upright though. Well, in your, you'll see this.
Right.
Well, that's good. But anyway. Monday, we're gonna have an open.
Yeah, if you walk out and all the way down, there's the men's room.
Monday, we're gonna have an open forum, so you can call in. Thank you much.
Two things. We don't have to have our parliamentarians sit up here during the public hearing. It's like no reason to have the parliamentarians
I
sitting
thought
here
you just
for 4
wanted-
hours.
I thought you just wanted him to come and see one.
No, well, no, I just think he should come during the business
told him to
meeting.
come?
I think he needs to be here, right? But not up here, the whole 4 hours.
Who told him to do that?
I know.
Okay, when are we gonna have a really frank?
We're gonna have a frank
I'm
conversation.
talking about you and me.
Let's do it
Because
anytime.
you're shading something.
I'm shading something?
Well,
How? What do you mean?
I think you're.
Oh,
You
why do
sure?
you think that? I just think that we got hot mics on. I don't know if you can hear that. I can hear myself.
Anyway.
Hot mic. Anytime.
You say that, then.
Then what?
I don't know, you're busy.
Anytime.
So this is my briefing.
Yeah, I have one of those too. And you see, we got these tonight too.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies to order. Not on, not on.
Time is 8:42.
The time is 8:42. The time is 8:42 and we are beginning. Thank you to the Co-op City Board of Directors for providing the space in this historic community for us to have this important community discussion. Thank you.
They're on. It's on, Deborah.
Test 1, 2. It's on.
It's on.
Again, thank you to the Co-op City Board of Directors, the River Bay Corporation Management Office, President McKay for providing some libation from the Bronx Services Center. Additionally, the commission is thankful for the City College students without whom this event would not have been possible, and the American Sign Language interpreters helping to make this hearing and meeting accessible. Before we proceed with our agenda, I'd like to take a moment for the commissioners to introduce themselves, starting at my far left with Commissioner Linda Tarrant-Reed.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I was a little late, but I was able to watch a lot of the public hearing, and everyone had such important information to impart to the commission. I am very pleased to be appointed to this commission. This is something that's near and dear to my heart, the history of New York State and New York City. So I look forward to working closely with everyone, especially the community, so that we can synthesize the information that you're giving us into a report that goes to the state legislature. Thank you.
Dr. Hamilton.
Good evening. I am Derek Hamilton, a professor of economics and policy and the founding director of the Institute on Race, Power, and Political Economy at the New School. And I appreciate all the testimony and the honor and privilege of being on this commission.
Thank you, Dr. Hamilton, and to our chair.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for those that are here in person. Thank you for staying. We appreciate your tenacity, and certainly we appreciate your presence. I'm Charnel Hawkins, and I have the honor of my day job serving as the president and CEO of the Urban League of Rochester, and I'm honored to work with these other 8 commissioners who are certainly esteemed and certainly have expertise related to reparative justice, and I'm honored to work alongside them. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Dr. Deborah D. Jenkins. I am a commissioner. I am very pleased to also serve on this committee, this commission with the other 8 commissioners. I am super pleased to have this historic meeting in my home community and to have 3 generations of Presley Jenkinses in this space, hailing from Alabama, and now we're here. When you come to New York, you've made it, right? And so in the Boogie Down, we have made it. And so I'm grateful for all of you who were able to be here and all of those of you who were able to stay.
And you're our vice chair, and thank you.
And
You
I'm
did
the
a great
vice
job
chair.
tonight.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Chair Hawkins.
I'm Dr. Ron Daniels, president of the Institute of the Black World 21st Century, convener of the National African American Reparations Commission, and really appreciate everybody being here this evening. But I'm a part of the Sun people too, and it's cold, so I hope we can move this meeting and, Luther continue.
Amen to that. Commissioner Tim Hogues, I am the commissioner for New York State Department of Civil Service and the president of the Civil Service Commission, and I am excited to be here for our business meeting portion of today's meeting. And Vice Chair, since you are chairing, if you can also mention for our business meeting who our executive members are, just to educate.
Absolutely. And I'll do that right now and also acknowledge our missing members. Jennifer Jones Austin, who is our treasurer, Laurie Daniel Favors, who is our commissioner, and Linda Brown Robinson. The three of them could not be here, but we stand as one on their behalf. The members of the executive committee include our chair, Dr. Charnel Hawkins, myself, Dr. Deborah D. Jenkins, Commissioner Linda Tarrant Reed, and as I said before, Commissioner Jennifer Jones Austin, Esquire.
Thank you.
And not to be forgotten, to my immediate right is our new parliamentarian. I would love to hear if he has any words to say, Mr. Stuart Mitchell.
Good evening. I think I said as much as I need to at the beginning. I'm just so proud and honored and humbled to be a part of this effort. I think, as you can see, the work is really, really important, and the way in which we conduct the work in the public, transparency is essential, and my job is really to help people follow the open meeting law requirements for the making sure that we don't get caught up in anything that would be challenged by some ne'er-do-wells out there. So we want to make sure that we follow the open meeting law, and we've done that well today. We have 6 commissioners here. We need 5 to be in person to conduct business. And we follow the Robert's Rules of Order, and those are well tested. And if we follow those, we'll have decorum. We will have respect for each other, and we will run good meetings, and we'll get business done. So I'm really just pleased to be able to be a part of this effort.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome, welcome, Stuart. We are happy to have you here. And we're also happy to have our team, our executive director, Dr. McKinney Chisholm Straker, and our operations manager, Erica Rowe Owens, who are on the side and around. We thank you. Erica's over here in the corner, and McKinney is keeping it down outside, and we thank you for joining our team as well. Now we'll move into our consent agenda. Madam Secretary, can you please confirm that we have a quorum?
Would you like me to call the roll? Yes.
Yes, please.
Dr. Deborah Jenkins.
Here.
Dr. Chanel Hawkins. Dr. Ron Daniels.
Here.
Dr. Derek Hamilton.
Here.
Linda Tarrant Reed. Here. We have a quorum. Oh, Tim. I'm sorry, Tim. Tim.
I know I'm from Buffalo, but.
No, and Buffalo's not that far.
Okay.
So we're happy to see you.
All right, yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm here, present, and accounted for.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Now we'll move right into the consent agenda, which has included items from the December 16th, 2024 business meeting minutes, the February 15th, 2025 business meeting minutes, and the March 4th, 2025 business meeting minutes, meeting minutes.
Correct.
Are there any items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any commissioner? Are there any requests to remove an item for separate discussion?
I make a motion to approve.
A motion has been put on the floor to approve the minutes and the meeting minutes from March 4, 2024. Is there a second?
A second to approve the consent agenda.
The consent agenda has been motioned and second. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. It's okay.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Consent agenda is accepted. Is that right? Yeah. Thank you. So we're going to update our new hires right now. That is helping us to do the essential work of the commission. I'd like to provide a brief update on our staffing progress. The commission has hired a new interim Operations Manager, Erica Rowe Owens, to replace our outgoing Interim Ops Manager, Pierre Duncan, who was quite helpful while she was here. We thank Pierre for her leadership and support in onboarding our new staff. Please welcome again Ms. Erica Rowe Owens. Erica brings over a decade of operations experience serving in CUNY institutions. We're very glad to have her here. The commission has also hired a parliamentarian, you've just heard from Stuart Mitchell, to instruct us on the conducting public meetings in adherence to New York State open meeting laws. Seated next to me, here is Mr. Mitchell III, yet again with decades of experience leading and advising on board and public meetings for social justice work. We're very happy to have you here. Welcome again, Stuart. And the New York State Office of General Services has completed the contracting process for our public relations company, Words Warriors. Words Warriors is a New York State certified service-disabled veteran-owned business, SDVOB, led by a retired U.S. Army colonel based in Manhattan. Word Warriors has completed public relations projects for the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Discrimination Financial Assistance Program, as well as private sector clients. Their staff includes former journalists, genealogists, and media relations managers. 50% of their staff attended HBCUs. Word Warriors is also certified as a minority-owned business enterprise by New York City. They will take the lead on coordinating press releases, supervising video production, managing social media, and providing communication advice and coaching for the commission. The audiovisual team that was selected via a simplified New York State proposal evaluation process can be announced and start working with the commission once the contracting process is completed. Word Warriors has been here, and they are here waving to us all, and we thank you for your presence. We are pleased to provide an update on open positions. We are presently interviewing applicants for two teams, the Research Historian team and the Research and Policy Analyst team. Proposals for those positions are no longer being accepted. Established security services vendors will be notified by email from the New York State Business Services Center of opportunities to work with the commission. To register to receive these updates, security service vendors can visit ogs.ny.gov/award-23106. That is again, ogs.ny.gov/award-23106. If you are interested in finding out more about providing security services for the commission. The RFP for general counsel for the commission is open, and we are accepting applications, which are due on the 30th of April at 2 p.m. We are seeking a legal team that can offer expert policy analysis, identify systemic barriers to reparative recommendations, and propose actionable via solutions for implementing reparative justice initiatives. Please see our website at ny.gov/reparations for the call. Commission members may not speak with applicants about their proposal or the process. The RFP shares the governmental staff to whom questions may be directed. To continue building our team, we next expect to share an RFP seeking an economist team. Please monitor our website for contractor opportunities. Again, our website is ny.gov/reparations, ny.gov/reparations. That ends our announcements. about open positions on the commission, within the commission. We will now have commissioner engagement commissioner engagement conversations, facilitated small group meetings with commissioners. What that means, as we build up our team and hold public hearings to learn from the public, commissioners will also begin participating in facilitated small group work, including exploring the key concepts and challenges of reparations and examining the implications of the legislation, creating and tasking the commission. Our first session begins later this month. These small group engagements will provide commissioners with dedicated time to dive deeper into our mandate and develop a shared understanding of the complex issues we are addressing. We expect these sessions to enhance our collective knowledge and strengthen our collaborative efforts. The Executive Director, Dr. McKinney Chisholm Stryker, and the facilitators for these sessions will be contacting each commissioner directly with schedules and pre-reading materials. Please make these sessions a priority in your calendars as they are essential for our progress. Excuse me. Now we will discuss the New York Community Commission on Reparation and Remedies timeline, time necessary to execute our project plan. I'd like to take a few minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Turn your mic on.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to go back to commissioner engagement because you talked about the facilitated small group meetings.
Yes.
And wanted to know if the commissioners had begun to schedule their meetings because we've been trying to get these meetings on the calendar. And so I just wanted to learn more about what the challenges were, so while that we're all together, so we can have this conversation.
Okay, if I could speak first, I think you and I had conflicting schedules, and doodle polls have been sent out. If I could just ask the executive director to give later time frames, and you might receive greater engagement from the full commission, but I'm speaking for myself. Just to put it on the record, I am typically available from 4:30 and beyond, sometimes during my lunch period, and that has been the challenge in scheduling.
So I'm hoping that maybe we can switch groups because, and then we're not in the same group, and if there's someone that can do mornings and things like that, because the multiple evening commitments are certainly a challenge for me. And so if I can be in a group with someone that can come in the morning and do a morning meeting, that will work better for me so we can get these meetings scheduled.
I'm pretty flexible.
Press the red one.
Down, just press it down.
There we go. I'm pretty flexible, depending on the day. I can do either in the 11 o'clock period and your lunch period, if that's necessary for us, and later in the day, starting at 5. So we're just gonna have to work it out over the doodle. Yes?
That works for me. Anyone else have any challenges so that we can just, at least appropriately, so that we can put on the record for the executive director to regroup us so that we can try to group with individuals that will work with calendars that work for our individual schedules? So
Yeah,
that
I
we
think I look forward to it. I think there was just a scheduling mix-up in the one that I was going to participate in, but if need be, I can be flexible as well as far as morning, afternoon, or evening, just depending on the particular day and what's going on. So I do look forward to these opportunities, though.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We will continue on with the timeline. I'd like to take a few moments to discuss our project timeline and the resources needed to fulfill our mandate effectively. As you know, our commission has been tasked with a substantial responsibility that requires thorough research, community engagement, and careful deliberation. Based on our current staffing levels and the scope of work ahead, our project plan is divided into 3 key phases. The timing of these phases is dependent upon the legislative body's approval of our extension request. Phase 1, research and community engagement. This phase includes completing our hiring process, conducting public hearings across the state, and otherwise engaging with and learning from the public, gathering historical documentation, and beginning our research into the impact of historical injustices. Phase 2, analysis and recommendation development. During this phase, we will analyze our findings, consult with experts, and begin formulating preliminary recommendations. This will include economic assessments, legal analysis, and policy development. And finally, phase 3 will be recommendation, refinement, and the final report. The final phase will focus on refining our recommendations, finalizing our report, and considering implementation strategies. Our timeline reflects the complexity of our task and the need for comprehensive engagement with affected communities. We are committed to a thorough process that honors the importance of this work. Are there any questions or concerns about our timeline before we move on?
So not necessarily timeline, Madam Chair, but 2 things, and I'm sorry, I wanted to check because I wanted to make our opportunities as transparent as possible to the public. And so the one contracting opportunity that we just talked about, as far as the looking for an attorney or law firm, when you click on the first page, it brings it up, you scroll down to contractor opportunities. After you click on that, it brings you to that page, but once you click read the request for a proposal, there's an error that comes up with that. So if we can have our operations team look into that, because proposals are due April 30th of 2025. So I don't want the public to click and have issues and miss out on that opportunity. The second thing is, I may have missed it. I think we skipped over, as we clarified the commission engagement and small group stuff, I think we skipped over the subject matter engagement. I don't know if we intentionally bypassed that, or if we're planning on talking about that and then talking about the theme for upcoming hearings.
Okay, so no, I didn't intentionally at
Okay.
all, but we do want to note again that there's an issue with the link to the RFP for the legal team. And so we don't want to get that corrected quickly. I'm going to defer to Dr. Daniels as my fellow committee member for the expert and theme subcommittee. Would you like to update us?
I'm really not, I know we had a good conversation about it. I can't, I don't remember what we exactly talked about, because you, as you recall, you took the notes.
Okay, absolutely. I just didn't want to leave you out.
You know,
So
I'm good.
we did have a great meeting, and we have come up with themes through our Harlem meeting, which will be in June. So we have, or July really, we have our May theme for Long Island. We have a working theme for Brooklyn and a working theme for Harlem. And we will disseminate that to the full commission, the executive committee first, and then it will be shared with the full commission as we become a little tighter in those themes. But as for Brooklyn, we have submitted 2 names for the executive director to ascertain if they are still interested in providing expert testimony. One is a professor from the University of Arizona, Dr. Schimmerhorn, who has written a book called Plunder. It is out now, Plunder, The Theft of Black Wealth. And then we have a Long Island native, Bria Baker, who has also written a book entitled Root, rooted the legacy of land theft in America. And full disclosure, I watched this young lady grow into the wonderful young lady who is a social justice fighter. And I believe the two of them, pairing the two of them, makes sense. And it also honors our assemblywoman who, as Dr. Nason mentioned earlier, represents Levittown. He mentioned it in his presentation. And so as discussions have been happening, we are trying to be seamless, but we may seem like we're fractured. We're not. We are building. And when we get to Harlem, we're really excited about it. We had a lot of discussion about it. We are still trying to tie down the theme for Harlem and the same for Brooklyn, but we are doing the work and we're happy to be doing it. We have a lot of experts, and so we are happy, we're hopeful rather, that we will have that extension so that we can get to more places and have more of these experts join us in providing testimony.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that?
Let me just add on the,
Okay.
on the Brooklyn, because the issue of gentrification is a major subject matter that is, that is affecting communities in general, and Harlem too, for that matter. But we thought that Brooklyn would be an ideal site to talk about gentrification as a key topic. And that there might be some synergy between both Harlem and Brooklyn in that regard. But also with Harlem, looking again at the actual trafficking, because you have uptown, but you also have downtown, and that was referenced in our discussion today in terms of Wall Street. So looking at that, as well as the whole question of Dutch influence. And so we did talk about all this. My memory is kind of coming back a little bit.
Thank you for the update.
Okay, so can I add on to that? I think that we need to clarify just a little bit. The subject matter experts, like the two we had today, specifically are focused on these public hearing presentations. I don't think I would call them testimony as much as I would call them presentations, a form of education for the community and for the young people who were here. I think that's really important. The other group of subject matter experts that we're compiling, which does not negate the fact that we have this other list of subject matter experts to help guide us in the writing of the content of the report. So just to be clear, the lists can be combined, but we're also creating a content list of people who will be able to, contribute to the writing of the report.
Understood. Thank you for making that distinction, Commissioner Tarrant Reed. Finally, before our adjournment and closing, we wanted to open the floor to additional updates, concerns, or items from the commissioners. We now have 10 minutes for other business, commissioners. If there are any concerns you'd like to raise, this is an opportunity to share updates from your individual work, raise concerns, or bring forward items that may require commission attention in the future. Please keep your comments concise to allow others to speak as well. Who would like to begin?
So I will, if I may. And so and this is more to the public that is out there. And so when the commission was formed and we got started, we had 0 staff. And so there were a lot of gaps in communication. We weren't able to get to all of your email communication that you sent in to us. And so I'll speak for myself. I am extremely excited that we are now staffing up in a level that we are able to be responsive to the community and have that back and forth and be respectful of taking time to communicate with us. And we have seen the ability to be able to have that dialogue back and forth. And so I think it was mentioned by Senator Sanders during the public comment period that it looks like this is headed towards an extension. And so I implore the public to let your voices be heard, because we were behind the 8 ball. We started out not on level playing field. And so now we believe we are getting there as we are bringing critical pieces on to full-time positions to do the work and the operation stuff. So I thank those that have said yes to work with the commission and are doing a great job. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Holmes.
Chair, I have 2 points that I would like to make, or 2 requests. I believe that we need to, especially just building on your comment, Commissioner Holmes, that we certainly have been behind the 8 ball. And so I think right now that we have staff, we need to move fast and advance at a much faster pace. My suggestion is that we begin to have focus groups, and I heard this almost validated tonight, focus groups that are led by our staff. And we invite experts in the area of criminal justice. And when I say experts, people that are working there, people that have lived experience, but are in the areas of criminal justice, family services, so we can learn more about what people are talking about with CPS and some of the areas that people that work in the system that can explain that in focus group that don't necessarily require us to be there, but certainly we can use that as part of our data to inform us. So in the area, the spaces of housing, financial lending, home ownership, higher education, the taxes, the economics, those would be examples, but I believe that we need to have focus groups around the state. And so partnering with the staff and whether there are other facilitators that can help us that we hire to do that work, but certainly we need to move at a faster pace. I believe that the public hearings are certainly helpful, but as we've sit through, I've been to every one, some of the information sounds redundant. And respectfully. And so I think we need to now go to those experts and get that information that will really begin to provide information to us in the sector-related format, where we can say, okay, this is what we've learned about criminal justice. So that would be my suggestion, and as a go forward with the strategy with our executive director. So I just wanted to hear if you had any concerns about that.
So on that, I'm sorry, I jumped in. So on that point, I believe that is similar to what California did, as far as having community-based organizations and other groups hold convenings, but making sure that they were able to capture all of the content from that. And so, yeah, I think we should figure something out because, like you said, we are staffed, and I think we do need to accelerate our pace, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
The other piece that I would suggest.
I don't know if there was other.
I did have something on that. So I want there to be more transparency. If there are groups that have already been identified, I need to know who they are. And this question keeps coming up at these meetings. What are the commissioners' positions? I am terrified that hired staff might take over the commission. If they are unsure, because we haven't shared that, if they are unsure where our leanings are in terms of reparation, then the hired staff, the team, which I do agree with you, should be leading the focus groups. They can craft it into what they wanted. And that is not what this commission has been established for. They need to receive direction from us. If they have already identified institutions and/or organizations, let them be known. And I've asked more than once, I'm putting it on the record, I feel that my requests have not been addressed. And so I don't want us to move forward with focus groups until we are sure that they are sure what those leanings should be, if that makes sense to you.
So if you could clarify what you mean by leanings?
Yeah, leanings, because there is a vast world of reparations, right? I think that the commission needs to go on record and say what its position is. I personally try to follow the UN's 5 pillars. You don't get in trouble that way. And the UN is very, very specific and very, very clear about harms. It's universal. They also speak to those who were enslaved here in the United States. My question is, if there are organizations that are being identified to work alongside or lead focus groups that do not take into consideration what we keep hearing time after time at these public hearings, and while I am not tired of hearing it, they're the people who keep showing up. They're the people who keep showing up. But I am afraid that that will not be taken into consideration when the consideration is given to which institutions and or organizations this commission partners with. Because we mustn't ever forget that it is the 9 of us who everyone in this state is looking to, not those we hire. For their expertise, we appreciate it, but they need to get better direction from this 9-person commission. And I don't believe that that's happening.
And I agree with you to a large extent. I think that the people that we have working with us, if they were going to actually create or, oversee or what's the term, manage the groups of people that we want to reach out to. I think it's a great idea to have input from community organizations like the NACP, healthcare professionals, the different categories that we are including in the content of the report. I think it's really important to get that on the ground lived experience from those folks. But I think the staff should only be facilitators.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
Not
yes.
interpreters of our positions, especially given what Deborah just said. We haven't established a community position for reparations. When I say community, I mean, just a position for this commission. I think on many levels, keeping our personal beliefs and our personal positions publicly out of the mix is important, because we are supposed to be gathering and this information and creating a very transparent, fair report. I mean, fair is not the best word, but a report that doesn't reflect our positions.
Chair, that's certainly what I said tonight when we were asked the question about reparations. And so I'm not sure where you're going with the leaning towards, but I'm in the same belief that the staff should only act as a facilitator. We can define, maybe there are 4 questions that are asked at these meetings, the same 4 questions. You do the same thing in research. You ask the same 4 questions, and so we know that we're getting the data that's the same, or it's related to those questions. So we can define that. I don't know if we're thinking about any other institution. I don't know of any institution that the intent is to sway us. So if you have more information about that, please share that, or we can go into executive session, because that's certainly not what I'm supporting. I'm supporting getting a facilitator or having it be our executive director coming into those groups that I spoke of earlier and getting that information to inform the report, unaltered, transcribed, and so that information is used to inform the report.
So let me rephrase my concern. My concern is that if not given direction as to who these organizations and groups should be, it has already left the purview of the commission, if left to the executive director and her team. And that is a concern.
Okay, and so one of the other things that I want to be careful with, we certainly can come up with the list of what organizations, but we've hired an executive director. And I think we have to define what our roles are, if we are governance or if we are supposed to be operational commissioners. I think that our role is we hired the executive director to help gather the information. We agreed to that. Now, we had to be actively involved because we didn't have staff. But if we have commissioners that are working alongside the executive director, then that's very challenging, and we can't do that.
So that's not at all what I'm stating.
Okay, I just want to.
Because yes, we have had to, by necessity, to do these things. And listen, We are paying everyone who is employed on this commission, contracted, whatever the language may be, very well to take direction and lead from this commission. Now, that can be you, and that's also fine with me. But again, I'm gonna say for the record, if I've asked more than once, and I'm continuously told that there are institutions and organizations that have been identified, but I am not being told what those organizations' names are and institutions' names are, that is what raises my concern.
Okay, well, we'll get those names, because I don't know of the names of any institutions.
Well,
that's a
let
problem.
Dr.
me,
Daniels.
let me get into, so it's not just a duet. So, this is a serious question, right? From the very beginning. And, you know, it's been uneven. Because when we laid out the themes, and I was involved in that process, you and our team was involved in it, suggested that one of the earliest conversations we needed to have was on reparations. I mean, the question was asked, the sister asked a question about reparations, and I kind of listened, but I think one of the things we have to be clear about, people can't make up definitions. Dr. Jenkins is correct. There are international standards, and what reparations is what reparations is. And I hear people jumping up, well, there's the only one way to do reparations. Somebody got up this evening and said, cash payments is, no, that's not true. Reparations can take many forms. But there are standards, there's a definition, a very basic definition of what reparations is, and international standards that talk about its implementation. And I was going to refer people in COBRA, there was an COBRA person who stood up, a primer was put together that lays out those standards very, very clearly. But on the other hand, we can also bring in people who can simply outline these things. Because it's not a question of us deciding on, we can debate issues, and we should, about form and whatever and so forth, some of which is built into the legislation. But it is a conversation that we should have, and it should be a public conversation.
We should.
And people who have different positions, they can say they have different positions on different parts of it, and different questions. I certainly have articulated that in terms of some of the things. And let me just say, the other thing is, I've been around a long time. The fact that you hear the same thing over and over again does not mean that that is a majority sentiment in the community. That doesn't mean that. Because there are organizations, obviously, who have dedicated to a certain position. And quite frankly, there are people who have different positions who have not shown up, and who that I know have not shown up, and they should be showing up, because it gives the impression that a certain position is the position. And that's not necessarily the case. So I think that we have done the best we could under the circumstances, but I think this conversation is important, and we still need to have a conversation about what are reparations, so that if we don't know, or if there are people here on the commission don't know, they can be informed about what reparations are. And then we sort of build from that, because we don't, I've heard conversations about equity. Equity is not reparations. There are other issues that come up that in terms of ordinary public policy. Some of what has been discussed is ordinary public policy. It's what would be done and should be done anyway. But reparations is a specific set of definitions and a certain that are embedded in international law, and we should be moving from that particular premise.
Dr. Daniels, my comment is really important, that we have not adopted a definition, and that's the work that we have to do. And so having that conversation probably should have been first. So I'm in agreement with you. And so we talked about this. We talked about this several times. We talked about having the conversation in small groups so that we could understand our respective positions. That didn't happen. And so if we need to have it publicly, so be it, so that we can, the next time someone asks us that question, the commission has agreed on that definition for reparations, which we need to do.
Chair Hawkins, I have to stop the meeting because we've lost quorum.
So if there's no actionable items, we could continue with the meeting, and I
Yeah.
would refer to parliamentarian, right?
But you can't even close the meeting officially. You can.
So we can finish this conversation?
We can finish it, but we can't.
How do we lose?
We got.
Linda left.
Hamilton had to leave, they both left.
Oh, it's so I think, and so when the public is posing questions to us, I think things are getting conflicted. So one, they're asking, to your point, the young lady was asking, what does reparations mean? I think others are asking, what is the viewpoint from the commission on who should get reparations and what should it consist of? And so I think those are the points that are getting twisted up in that conversation.
But there are different definitions for
I mean,
reparations.
there's, right, and so to Dr. Daniels' point, right, the legislation that formed us talks about some of the stuff in the guidance for us.
It actually does, and that it actually is one of the contentions, because you heard people talking about amending the legislation, because the legislation already spells out who should get reparations. Now, there's some nuances in there that I heard today that I'm actually open to discussing, but it is, and I took another look at it today for that very reason, looking at the legislation, because it is spelled out.
And so I actually gave that young lady in that group the legislation for them to be able to read and educate themselves on.
But in the legislation, it asks us, well, we'll have to, it does, okay. And so certainly, going back to, we need to have the conversation, and I know we can't make a decision because there are 4 of us now, but certainly, we need to continue to have a conversation, and I would say, and we're not making a decision, but at our next meeting, that we're together publicly, we should be talking about reparations so that we can, the next time someone asks us this question, we can answer on behalf of the body. Like, this is what we believe reparations are. Because I believe, just from talking, I think some of us will have different answers. And so we've got to adopt that.
And so you, Mr. Parliamentarian, you said we can't even close properly.
No, you can.
Well, you don't need a motion to adjourn.
Well, we do. You have to, if we follow Robert's rules, the meeting came to an end when.
Once they left.
When that person left.
Once we lost a quorum.
So the chair can say the meeting was adjourned at that point.
At the point at which she left.
Right.
But now this conversation is a different space.
And it doesn't.
What she could do is she could also list some things that need to be picked up at the next, whatever unfinished business.
Yep.
We didn't get done, can get picked up at the next meeting.
Yep.
And we can list all that.
But because there was no action that needed to be taken, it was okay.
Yeah, and this was in other business anyway, and so.
I think we had gotten through it all, and we can adjourn.
Yeah, well,
we were already adjourned.
It's adjourned.
When they left.
When Linda left, okay.
But we could tell the public that we're.
Okay. Public, we have to have 5 people to make it a quorum. When the 5th member left, the business meeting came to an end. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout this whole time. We're learning, and we're happy that you were here with us. Have a good night, and we hope to see you in Long Island.
And I need one of the security people to show me to the parking garage so I don't get lost.
Oh, yeah.